back, Issa. It's a song Nanifa, Top Up, Wunuwap, Jedi Shiva Da Vinci, Killer Shiva, Top Up. All them names y'all know me as. Anyway, I know I hate intros. Let's get straight to it. We're about to do the Eyes Wide Shut part 2. But this is the review of part 1, which is going to lead into part 2. So let's start off. Let's go.
The rainbow in the cloud, the whatever is the silver lining. And so I think this is a watershed moment.
It's been alleged and theorized for decades that there was 20 to 30 minutes cut out of the film Eyes Wide Shut. And part of the speculation is because Stanley Kubrick passed away after the first screening of the film to the studio, but before the film was released. This has led some to theorize that maybe his passing had something to do with the film and the messages in the film that people did not want to be released. And for a long time, people often wondered what that cut content was, and really what is the key to understanding this entire film, because I think a lot of people can tell that Stanley Kubrick put a message in here, but it needs to be decoded. And I think that the studio actually only changed one shot in the entire film, but that shot changes the entire context of the movie. And it was possible for them to do this without the actors or anybody else even realizing it had happened. And I've never seen anyone talk about this online before. And when coming up with this, I decided to call it the letter theory. So it's very common in films for studios to interfere and make filmmakers cut out chunks of their movies. We see this regularly with films like The Butterfly Effect. The theatrical cut is shorter, they've cut out entire scenes, and it has a bittersweet ending. But if you go and watch the director's cut, it is longer, it provides a lot more context of why this is even happening, and the ending is absolutely gut-wrenching. Now, when you look at a film like Donnie Darko, the theatrical cut is very cryptic and hard to understand, but if you go and watch the longer director's cut, it actually clears up a lot of things and makes the movie a lot more easily understandable. And maybe one of the most famous examples of studio interference would be with the movie Blade Runner. In the theatrical cut, they literally cut out a chunk of the ending, and without that, you lose the context of the film and the greater message, as well as this chance to have a full circle moment when you realize the horror of Deckard's situation. Now, with changes like these, they all kind of make sense. In The Butterfly Effect, they wanted it to test better with audiences and they didn't want to break people's hearts when the movie was over. With the movie Donnie Darko, it's very likely the studio executives didn't even understand the film. So they very well might have told him to cut the film down just because it was cryptic to them no matter what, so they didn't think the scenes were important. But with Eyes Wide Shut and the content and what was potentially cut, it seems like there's much larger implications of why the studio would cut content. This could be so they don't disturb audiences, but more likely is they don't want people to know these kinds of things exist. And they certainly don't want people to think that children are involved. Now, a lot of people who speculate about what these possible deleted scenes might entail, usually they think that it deals with ritualistic child abuse. And the things that we see done to the adult victims in this film would most likely be done to the kids as well. So they already show us in this film that child trafficking does happen, and that there are adults participating in child abuse for money. Now, we don't know if this man is actually her father. Most likely he is her trafficker. And we can tell this by when he enters the building originally, you see that there is this metal locked gate, but that's not to keep people from coming in, it's to keep people from getting out. We also see the connection with rainbow fashion and the fact that the women, they say they want to take him over the rainbow, while they're trying to drag him upstairs, where we know that the debauchery of this party is happening, just like with Ziegler and his trafficking victim, Mandy. So one of the reasons that people think that the movie does deal so largely in child abuse, and I do as well, is because at the end of the film, it looks as though they send off their daughter with two men who seemingly appear at another point in the movie. And we know when Nick Nightingale disappears that two men came and took him. Because at the end of the film, when Bill and Alice are walking through the toy store with their daughter, they're paying very close attention to her. So much so that they never turn their bodies away from her. But then at one point, she walks between the two of them, and they put their hands on her back and push her forward as if she's going on her first trip away. Or like if you were sending your kid off onto the school bus. And then she looks back, but then she follows two men around the corner, and then Bill and Alice proceed to have a conversation, and they never look back for their daughter again for the rest of the scene. This is very different from them being overly attentive just a few minutes ago. Now, I think, and a lot of other people do, that Bill and Alice had to trade their daughter so that they weren't killed at the end of the film. This led me down a rabbit hole where I went back and I rewatched the movie multiple times from that perspective. Is this about child abuse? Do they sell their child at the end of the film? And I realized that ultimately with this film, that all of this can be true, and they only needed to change one shot that's about 10 seconds long. When Bill gets caught at the mask ceremony, and they realize he's not supposed to be there, they tell him to take his clothes off. And this is because they are going to sexually assault him, and then possibly take his life after, but this is for him to pay for his seeming crimes against this group. And then we see Mandy take his place, and we know that she actually is killed that night. And they stage it so it looks like an overdose. And the article talking about her, again, talks about two men. So as Bill is leaving, he is told that he is to never speak of this, or else they'll come after him and his family. So this was his first warning against them, and they killed a woman, and they threatened his family's life. But later in the movie, we see he goes back to the property where the party was, and he's standing outside the property looking into their cameras. And then a car comes down, and he's handed a letter. In the letter that they give him, he opens it up and it says, "Give up your inquiries, which are completely useless, and consider these words a second warning. We hope, for your own good, that this will be sufficient." Now, thinking about this logically, this makes no sense. This secret society has already given him a warning. The first warning, somebody was killed for it, and his family was threatened. When people are threatening you and they're willing to pay those threats off, they always escalate. Because if they didn't follow through and they just gave him a letter saying, "Hey, please don't do it again," like this letter we see, then there's no real reason for him to stop investigating. I believe that this letter is a reshoot. And I believe originally the note actually read, "Give your daughter to us temporarily, or we will kill your family." And if this was the case, if the letter was actually telling him that he had to give something up, either somebody's life was going to be taken or he had to trade his daughter, this could put him in a position to where he would want to do this. Because all throughout the movie, they were trying to get blackmail on Bill, from trying to get the women to drag him upstairs to sleep with them, to setting it up so he would run into a prostitute that has HIV. Throughout the film, they tried to set him up and were unsuccessful. And a way that a lot of these groups work is they work off of blackmail. That's how you don't tell on the group, and that's how they can make you do whatever they want, which is abusing people or you being abused. They needed to put him in a position to where he would be willing or have to give up something that he loves in order to protect it. And this would make way more sense why he's so shocked when he reads the letter. He stares off for a while, and he looks shocked to a point to where he doesn't know how to feel. Now, if the letter did just say, "Please stop your inquiries," and it's a very nice letter turning you away, would you look shocked about that? And knowing that they've already threatened him, they already killed a woman, and they told him the next time his family would be involved too. And so the studio had to make this movie. It was Stanley Kubrick's last film, and people were going to see it no matter what because he was such a big filmmaker. So the studio wanted to release this desperately because they would make a lot of money. Even though this movie is calling out these kinds of parties that happen all over, these groups that exist in Hollywood and outside. But because the studio so desperately wanted to release this movie, they couldn't cut it down too much because the movie wouldn't make sense. But if you were able to go in and change one shot, and people talk about how to delete this footage would be a massive undertaking, multiple people would have known. But what if it was the letter? What if the letter is the thing that connects everything? It's the evidence about the child trafficking that's happening at the Rainbow Fashion, but we know is happening at these parties too. To change out this one shot would be one of the easiest things that you could do to completely change what this movie's even about. And this would allow them to cut out this connective tissue, to let everybody know that these parties also are supplying children, and they can disconnect that without actually destroying the greater plot of the film. And if you change the letter, you just have to change one shot, and it doesn't have your actor in it. You just have to have gloves, a coat, and the fence, and the letter can say anything that you want at that point. So Tom Cruise doesn't have to refilm. He never even has to know that that shot was changed. The only people who would know are the people who shot the new version of it. But if you wanted to hide the whole fact that these secret societies are also abusing children, this letter would be the smoking gun if it actually said, you trade your child or you lose your lives. And if that was still in the letter, then when people saw at the end, when she walks away with the two men, they would recognize that there's a trade taking place. and they would understand the much darker implications of this film. And that would make sense why these two very attentive parents, once they send their daughter towards these men, they never look for her again for the rest of the scene. It's because they know that she's gone, there's nothing to look for. And people often point to the final scene of the film and how the conversation really doesn't make sense entirely with what we've seen in the film. And that if it does, it's a bit melodramatic. But if you go back and rewatch the ending scene with this context that they just had to trade their daughter to survive, the entire conversation then makes sense. That's why she says we should be grateful that we escaped with our lives, because they were going to take them out unless they traded something. And then in the conversation, they talk about how their eyes are really wide open. And that's because they see how the world works, that the rich and the powerful, they are in these societies that are systematically and ritualistically abusing people. And that they've set up this horrific pay-to-play scenario where they try to force you to be a part of their club. And to be a part of it, they need to get you to do horrible things that they can use to blackmail you with. And then now that they are trading their daughter, they are a part of this group. And that's why at the end she says that they should go sleep together, because they've now been indoctrinated into this world where your humanity is replaced by basic impulses, and that you engage in debauchery to distract yourself from the reality of your life. Now, in my opinion, it's highly likely that they did cut things out of the film. But realistically, they wouldn't have had to change anything, because if you just change this letter shot, it can change the entire film and the wider implications. When Bill goes to the property a second time, before he receives the letter, he looks up and sees a security camera. On one of the wide shots inside of the hospital early in the film, we see a security camera up in the top left-hand corner. Now next to that is a board, and on the board it says, "Payment is expected when services are rendered, unless other arrangements are made in advance." Very often in Stanley Kubrick's work, if you can read something, there's a reason for it, and that it connects somewhere to the greater plot. Now, I think the implication here might be he either has to pay with his life, or he has to make other arrangements, allowing his daughter to be trafficked to this group. But ultimately, it's kind of frightening that if you just change this letter, it changes the implications of the ending and the wider story.
I think that this is, I'm always trying to look for the rainbow in the cloud, the whatever is the silver lining. And so I think this is a watershed moment.
Connections between Alice in Wonderland and Kubrick's 1971 film. Of course, I already did a similar video on The Shining's Alice in Wonderland connection, which you can see here. And yes, I do think Kubrick must have liked Disney's Alice in Wonderland from 1951. So let's take a look and see what we can find. Now, I'm going to start with this shot of Alex's parents visiting him in the hospital near the end of the film. You'll notice they've brought him a gift basket that's filled mostly with fruit, but if you look closely, you can see there's a tin or small package in the middle of the fruit, and on it, it says, "Eat me." This is such an obvious reference to Alice in Wonderland, who, of course, finds a glass box with a little cake inside of it, and when she eats the cake, it makes her grow. Also notice the red outfit on Alex's mum, a subtle nod to the Red Queen, perhaps. One of the most prominent and well-known characters in Alice in Wonderland is obviously the White Rabbit. Of course, he's the reason Alice started on her adventure, and by following him down the rabbit's hole, she ended up in the strange place called Wonderland. So, who might represent the White Rabbit in this story? Is it Alex? Well, I don't think so. He appears to be the main character, the Alice character, if you will. So, what lures Alex and his droogs into adventure and mayhem and mischief? Is it boredom? Perhaps. Maybe those drinks from the Korova Milk Bar represent the White Rabbit? They definitely get up to trouble after they drink them. That, combined with the post-industrial dystopian hellscape they live in, seems to be the reason they go out and do the things they do. Now, of course, there is another Alice book called Through the Looking Glass, and I can't help but notice a couple prominent shots of Alex in front of a mirror that are somewhat evocative, what with the explicit black and white art that's on the wall. Of course, And through the looking glass, Alice is playing with two cats, one black and the other white, before she goes through the mirror. Even the Korova milk bar, a strange, otherworldly place, is decorated largely in black and white. And the colors black and white are also famous for being the colors of a chessboard, which also features prominently in the Alice books. Now, you might think the drinks in the Korova milk bar, like Velichet or Synthmesk, might correspond to the Drink Me potion that's in Alice in Wonderland, which makes Alice small after she drinks it. And you might be right, but there's another potion in A Clockwork Orange that more closely mirrors the Drink Me potion that makes Alice smaller, and that's the experimental drug they give Alex during his Ludovico treatment that's apparently called Serum 114. Since it changes Alex into a totally new person after the terrifying treatment where his eyes are pinned open, after which Alex becomes almost submissive and paralyzed in certain social situations. In a way, the potion and the treatment, quote unquote, have made him smaller. Now, after Alex is released from prison, he has an encounter with his old friends, Georgie and Dim, who've now become policemen. It's an ill fated encounter for Alex since they basically beat him up and try to drown him, but he's unable to fight back. These two, Georgie and Dim, almost remind me of the Alice characters Tweedledee and Tweedledum. And as I've referenced in an earlier video, it's been said that the characters in Alice in Wonderland represent different mental and psychological disorders, and Tweedledee and Tweedledum are said to have a shared psychotic disorder, since they finish each other's sentences, share the same delusional beliefs, and also find it hard to focus. Perhaps Georgie and Dim also share some psychological symptoms from living such a random, violence filled life when they were younger. Now, I can't mention Alice in Wonderland without mentioning the Mad Hatter. Of course, Alice meets him on her adventure as he is having his Mad Tea Party, but he's also well known for his hats. I think he was supposed to be a hat maker, and hence the name. But did you know Kubrick had the Droogs from A Clockwork Orange try on many different hats before settling on the ones we see them wearing in the film? Look at this shot. These weren't actually used in the film. Apparently, this was just a screen test, with Kubrick trying different hats to see what worked best for each character. Notice Pete has
These are hats of all of the different cultures and secret societies that secretly rule us. Yeah.
a hat with a symbol that looks similar to a Masonic square and compass.
Yep, that hat right there. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Look at that. You got that. Your little leprechaun hats there, eh? And little Dutchy hats, Dutch master hats, and Salem lots, type hats and shit. Yeah, look at this. Your chalky hat, your Borea of the French. And hey, look, what they got? Man, top hat, small hat. Listen.
To see what worked best for each character. Notice Pete has a hat with a symbol that looks similar to a Masonic square and compass, although it's hard to see. And Dim, in one pic, is wearing an equestrian helmet. Of course, Kubrick eventually gives Alex the iconic bowler hat.
Make sure y'all watching this in 1080p, okay? Watch it in the highest definition when y'all watching this, please.
Also favored by English bankers. It's hard to see, and Dim in one pic is wearing an equestrian helmet. Of course, Kubrick eventually gives Alex the iconic bowler hat, also favored by English bankers. When Alex ends up in the writer's house towards the end of the film, realizing who he is, they sort of put him on trial and decide his fate, except Alex survives the fall. Of course, there's also a famous trial scene in Alice in Wonderland called Who Stole the Tarts? The trial, of course, is conducted by the King of Hearts, with the Queen eventually ordering Alice's beheading, but Alice escapes to get back home. One last connection I saw involves language. There's the famous poem from Alice Through the Looking Glass called The Jabberwocky, which Alice couldn't even read unless she held it up to a mirror because the writing was inverted. But also, the language itself was sort of mixed up and made up words like these lines: "'Twas brillig and the slithy toves did gyre and gimble in the wabe. All mimsy were the borogroves, and the momraths outgrabe." Of course, it sounds like nonsense, but A Clockwork Orange is famous for its inventive use of language, a made up language, more or less, from author Anthony Burgess called Nadsat, which is Russian for teen. Many of the words are also Russian influenced, such as bolshi, which means big or great, or devachka, which means girl. And although you don't need a mirror to read it, you definitely might need this handy appendix at the end of the book that lists the words and their meanings. So, is there a connection between Alice in Wonderland and A Clockwork Orange? Well, I think there are definitely a few obvious connections. First one for me was the gift Alex's parents brought him, which actually says "Eat Me" on it. Next would be the similarities between the Serum 114 that is given to Alex during the Ludovico treatment and the Drink Me potion that Alice uses to get smaller. Alex's treatment arguably makes a part of his psyche or personality smaller too. And then the real possibility that the White Rabbit character of Alice, who leads her into all sorts of strange adventures, might be represented here by the strange drinks of the Korova Milk Bar, since the Droogs start all of their mayhem after drinking at the Korova, and the drinks are white, just like the rabbit. But then there's Alice's second book, Through the Looking Glass, arguably something the Droogs do when they drink those drinks, or where Alex steps through when he's receiving the experimental treatment. And there's prominent scenes featuring a mirror, like here in Alex's room, with that explicit black and white art in the background. There's a lot of odd imagery here, and although it may not be explicitly stated, I think Kubrick may be hinting that Alex and his friends are sort of through the looking glass when they leave their homes and enter the violent nighttime world where they spend a lot of their time. Oh, and one last thing, the names. Alice starts with a letter A and L, and of course, so does Alex. A small point, but just one more connection between the two main characters. Well, that's my new video about the connections between A Clockwork Orange and Alice in Wonderland. Hope you liked it.
Meanwhile, fans have also been vocal about their disappointment in Oprah, accusing her of exploiting Michael while protecting other powerful figures like Harvey Weinstein, who was later convicted of serious crimes. They argue that Oprah should have kept the same energy in holding everyone accountable, instead of selectively targeting Michael. You see, Oprah's ties to Harvey Weinstein have come under intense scrutiny. Their friendship spanned over 2 decades, and while some argue that Oprah couldn't have known about Weinstein's predatory behavior, others find this hard to believe.
I don't know how they find it hard to believe. I mean, they all in this secret society, right? Yeah. So that's on them. You know they gonna keep it a secret and scapegoat whichever scapegoats were scapegoats. That's what a scapegoat is. A scapegoat is something that you create from the beginning. And it's a part of y'all. But it's the one that's going to take the blame in the end. Bad boys on death row. I know I can't sing, people. I know. You ain't got to tell me that. Let me see what I got in here. Hold on. We're about to go somewhere else. We're about to go somewhere else just now. Let me see where I'm going to take y'all. Give y'all something here. Let's get ready. Next scene. Okay, let's make it. Let's go.
So when they take a child who is...
Welcome to Eyes Wide Shut. Now I hope your eyes is wide open. Let's go.
So when they take a child who is more afraid than an adult in most situations, and they bring them to a state of extreme fear, and at that moment they sacrifice them, then they immediately extract the adrenochrome from the pineal gland, and that was more valuable to them than gold.
Together, now we are one. I'm not afraid.
That's when you would be extracted immediately, and the programmer who would be doing this to you would tell you, I saved your life, I am your new God, and you must behave and listen to me always. We were told that what was going on there was for the benefit of humanity, that humanity was unable to take care of itself, basically because people were violent, evil, and stupid, to cut it to the bottom line. And so what they were doing was helping to control society so that civilization could continue without being destroyed. They said the pain and the suffering that you experience will actually save mankind. And that's what we were imprinted with.
Eventually, I went to him and I says, look, what you're doing is stupid. To get the kids, you want to get the kids to cooperate voluntarily. Here's what I suggest you do. And I had to go up through, I don't know how many levels upstairs above John Pruitt to the second in command of the entire operation. It was a civilian, but he had the authority. I went to him and I says, look, this is what I propose you do to get the cooperation of the Montauk boys. Instead of forcing them into this, give them a carrot. Give them something. in exchange for their services and allowing you to program them.
And of course, it evolved into a more humane way of doing it. And they were set out, put back in the public as like Manchurian candidate soldiers. They could be activated at any time. And we figure there's at least 100,000 of them done around the country.
Nobody was sure of exactly what the Montauk boys trained for. Many of them were used as spies, like Mata Hari, except he was a male. And that was a major part of the program. There's another major part of the program which was swept under the rug, was a lot of the kids were psychics, and they descended on this and trained them as psychics to engage in psychic warfare. And this is where some of the problems have come from in the military since.
Most of them were being programmed as some sort of a psi, a psi PSY soldier. You can program sections of the mind to heighten the psi ability that they have. Everyone has psi abilities.
Shuffle them again. And then I'm going to ask you which card I'm holding in my hand. Okay? I want you to do this immediately without thinking about it. Do you have any questions?
No, I think I understand.
You know, to assure you're not thinking too hard about these cards, I think I'm going to play some music. I find that it relaxes you and allows you to be more spontaneous when an image comes to your mind. This music is something before your time. In fact, before my time. So let's begin.
Being one, but not the only one, and I want to make it very clear, I am not blaming naval intelligence as a whole. I'm not condemning naval intelligence as a whole. There's some very good people in there. But they have a rogue group, which are these Montauk kid types who are going to the dark side and are going into the black arts. If you don't think that's real, you better do your homework. It is very real. They are masters, and who knows how much of this comes from alien knowledge and alien help. I don't know, but I suspect some of it does. But they can manipulate a person's mind, their psyche, their nervous system, cause a total collapse of the nervous system on command. This is part of the, shall we say, the broadened area, the larger area of Montauk and what it led to.
Radio Werewolf is the only beacon of light in this dark age that we live in. And the youth of the world will come to realize that tonight.
Started in the 80s LA punk scene, became satanic, founded a gothic band, appeared on Wally George's show, married the daughter of the devil, had his ears chopped off, became friends with Charles Manson, founded his own church, before later converting to Buddhism and other things I couldn't quite understand. This is the story of Nicholas Schreck, possibly the most macabre artist of our time. Nicholas Schreck, whose real name is Barry Dubin, was born in Encino, California, into a wealthy furniture sales family. As a teenager in the early 80s, he immersed himself in the weirdness spurring out of Hollywood, while also embracing the growing punk and metal scenes in LA. In '84, he formed the band Radio Werewolf, first sounding like the Doors meet Joy Division, but quickly shifting toward a more weird gothic sound that deepened his interest in the occult and, more specifically, Satanism.
Your novel program with a special message of fear, transmitting from beneath the ruins.
Like most other bands, they had a shtick, which revolved not only around Satan, but also serial killers, Nazis, and all the other kind of weirdos you can imagine.
Black legions come to order, dark disciples from the ashes.
Shrek and his band dismissed their work as theatrical explorations of history and culture, but critics weren't convinced. Songs like Pogo the Clown about John Wayne Gacy, or about a lovesick vampire,
Home sweet home, Mr. Catacomb. Home sweet home, Mr. Catacomb.
and Eva Brown,
Ava, oh Ava, come sit on my face. Burn is burning, but we are the master race.
Are you guys for real? And if you are, did you guys get like hit in the head when you were younger?
This eventually drew criticism from the media, culminating in the band appearing on Hot Seat with Wally George in '87.
Oh boy, we got him here tonight. David, introduce our first guest.
I don't know whether to introduce these guys or to run out of here screaming. This is a gothic rock group called Radio Werewolf.
Your name is
Nicholas Shrek.
Nicholas Shrek. You know, I have discovered, I've had other bands and groups on my show, but I've discovered these vermin are the most vile, evil group I've ever seen, ever. Look at their literature.
They running plays. I'll tell you about that. Yeah, him? Yeah, he running plays. He in the Church of Satan too, with that other nigga. Well, I mean, with that other guy. Yeah, he in the Church of Satan too. They play both sides. You get what I'm saying? Satanism and Luciferianism. You get what I'm saying? The church is Lucifer, Luciferians. You know what I'm saying? They talk nice and proper, and that's the reason why they can blind you with light, because you assume that these guys are nice because of their fucking personality. Yeah, and they blind you with light, you know. But the Satanists, yeah, that's on the other hand. But look, in order to control the world, you got to play cops and robbers. You got to play both sides. And it's how they keep y'all going between Coke and Pepsi. So if you think Coke is bad, you're going to run to Pepsi. And if you think Pepsi is bad, you're going to run back to Coke. Either way. But yeah, because ain't none of these churches really teaching you anything about Jesus. You know what I'm saying? They just in there just giving you runaround. You know what I'm saying? They're not really teaching you about Jesus in any of them churches. But yeah, so they running plays. That's what they doing. It's what they do in Hollywood and in the industry.
But I've discovered these vermin are the most vile, evil group I've ever seen, ever. Look at their literature.
And let's say it, the Nazi roleplay wasn't going over well within the community, nor even with the conservative right.
Do I understand that you admired also not only Charles Manson, but you also admired Adolf Hitler?
Radio.
Silence!
Radio Werewolf looks down upon the miserable events of your tiny mortal world and condemns all of the human race.
Do you?
We are the future of the world.
What is that? It's a can. Give me that.
Don't touch me again, Mr. George. Don't put your hands anywhere near me.
After the Nazi allegations in '88, the other members left and Shrek continued solo. By that point, for Nick, it was no longer just a shtick. He was fully immersed in satanic rituals, and he didn't meet Eva to sit on his face, but he did meet and marry Zina, the first baby ever baptized in the Church of Satan, and the daughter of Mr. Satan himself.
Once again, a warning about some tough language and descriptions in a report that we'll have for you in just a moment. Let me introduce you first, though, to Zina LaVey. Her father, Anton LaVey, is, I guess, the founding father of Satanism in this country. He founding it about 25 years ago, Zina?
Is Zina LaVey. Would that be Taylor Swift's mother? Zina LaVey, Taylor Swift's mother. Taylor Swift's granddaddy? Anton LaVey. Yeah. Leviathan. If you flip his name backwards, Anton LaVey. Leviathan. Yeah. Anyway. Y'all got to know these things. Let's keep going. Remember, you're watching A9 TV. I'm sorry, you're watching A9E. How I get my own shit wrong? You're watching A9E TV. And if you don't know what A9E is, that's a sorrow non-ether. Okay, so you're watching A9E TV. That's similar to A24, my good friends. Let's go. Yeah, check out some A24 films.
Yeah, approximately 25 years.
Can you tell us with any certainty how widespread the religion of Satanism is in this country or around the world?
Well, the religion is worldwide. We have members just throughout the world.
But how many people? Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands?
Hundreds of thousands.
I believe that hate is necessary in a controlled way just as much as love is necessary.
LaVey penned the best-selling Satanic Bible. It's the handbook of devil worshippers everywhere. And for a time, he was considered chic enough to attract the attention of Hollywood.
In '89, he interviewed Charles Manson for the documentary.
Yeah, I want y'all to see that. Yeah. Sammy Davis Jr. Shy guy. Sammy fucking Davis fucking Jr. I want to know who Sammy Davis Sr. was. But yeah, Sammy motherfucking Davis Jr. was a member of the Church of Satan. And Sammy Davis Jr. Sammy Davis Jr. is also a black Jew. Yeah. Exactly. So, tell you how Rothschild things go. Those same people that Sammy Davis Jr. is, he's a black what? Yeah. That same people is the same people that created your NAACP, the same people that created your HBCU colleges, the same people that created your Greek fraternities, the same people that created your Boule. Yeah. Okay. And they just use your black asses or our black ass. Well, I ain't a part of it. I'm black, but shit, I ain't one of them niggas. That's why they kept using y'all black asses to try to trick us. Yeah. Anyway, let's keep going. You know, shout out to all people, all races, all colors, like, cause it ain't about color. You know what I'm saying? You got black devils, white devils, you got good white people, good black people, you know, same thing. Anyway, but let's keep it going. But right now we're looking at a black devil standing right next to a white devil. Okay. That cough should make you think. All right. So now we're gonna go somewhere else. Yep, we're about to go somewhere else. Let's see what we got going on here. I'm about to pull up something for y'all. Let's go. I gotta know what these parties be about. They're not parties. I told y'all. Them shits is rituals. Rituals, yes. Now, as we get into the next video, I was thinking about going to the commercial break video first before we go into the next video. Okay, yeah, we're gonna go on a quick commercial break. Okay, so this is the commercial. It's a 10-minute commercial. I mean, I just make my own fucking commercials up, right? You know what I'm saying? It was a good ass video. I like what David Icke was kicking. So I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna play that as my commercial in between the in-betweens of things. You get what I'm saying? But yeah, like I told y'all, Odd Fellowship, right? Orphan Asylum, Dark City, Reset City, 2030. Okay. The seals are opening up, revelations, and the trumpets are blowing before Armageddon, the rapture, the end of times, right? Donald Trump. Come on, you gotta know. Baron Trump. Come on, y'all gotta know. This is a whole Masonic script for the New World Agenda playing right in front of our eyes, and it's spirit cooking it. It's spirit cooking us, and as long as we believe in it, we're gonna usher it in. They're gonna bring it in anyway, but this was gonna make it a lot easier for them because they're doing a whole Truman show right in front of our fucking eyes. But anyway, and like I said, this whole purpose was what? To bring in the who? The Odd Fellowship, Jewish philanthropists, Masonic orders, the real Illuminati. These industrial families, the Enlightenment movement. Yes, the Industrial Enlightenment movement, which is the Luciferian order. They are the Luciferian conspiracy. I hate to put it like that, but they are. And the whole purpose was to divide humanity. So they divided colors, species, colors, and races. They divided us, Willie Lynch system. Then they divided male versus female with the masculine agenda and the feminist agenda. That was to divide us as they was working on the kids, creating the children of the corn to usher in the 2030. The proclamation of the child Horus, the child of the new eon, which they said will be a worldwide massive blood sacrifice. And on the Georgia Guidestones, it said 2030 maintain the Earth's population to at least 500 million. And this is written by Masons. You get what I'm saying? See these odd fellows, the links, they hide in Masonic orders. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. The Masonic orders, that's for the pawns in the game. That's for the pawns or the robots or the soldiers in the game that's gonna move and press every button for the Wizard of Oz. Yeah, y'all the ones that's moving the system for the Wizard of Oz. Yeah. But anyway, let David Icke drop something on y'all before we get to the next video. Okay? All right. So let's go.
David, is Elon Musk a net positive or a net negative for humanity?
Massive negative. Massive negative. Apart from having "I'm conning you" on his forehead, I don't know how more blatant it could be. You see, he's putting up the satellites that are making the cloud possible. So when he says that AI could be the end of humanity, as he said a few years ago, and when he says, oh, but it's inevitable, it's not inevitable at all. Those satellites are going up because they're being given permission by the Federal Communications Commission, the FCC in America. That's why they're going up. They could make a choice not to allow them to go up, and then AI wouldn't be inevitable. AI is the tool of global control, and that's why it's being done. And you might ask this, the satellites that are being put up there, the low orbit satellites by Musk and others, but Musk is the leader, are affecting the entire world. So how come a federal agency of the United States government can give permission to do that? And then why aren't the other countries kicking off about it? But they're not. Why? Because at that level of those countries, they're all on the same team or controlled by the same team anyway. And so, as I said earlier, the idea is to connect the human brain to the cloud. And so Mr. It's danger to humanity AI, Musk, then starts a company, after he said that, called Neuralink, to put brain implants into people. And, you know, it means taking a piece of your skull away and they put this thing in. That is a smokescreen. It's being done by nanotechnology. One of the great things that Musk is used for is selling concepts. So he was actually asked in an interview I saw, well, you know, are people going to want to have part of their skull taken away? He said, oh, no, you might not have to do that. No, you wouldn't have to do that because you can put it in there. You can put the brain chip in there through the veins and the arteries. And then you have the agenda of the autonomous vehicle. The idea is that you use the climate change hoax, complete nonsense, to get rid of petrol and diesel cars. And there's not the money, people that can't afford electric cars, but there's not the resources for the batteries, etc., to replace all the petrol and diesel vehicles with electrics. There's not. And they say, oh, yeah, we want electric vehicles. It saves the planet. Well, that's not what it's for, actually. It's about control. So if you want an autonomous vehicle, it can't be petrol or diesel. It's got to be electric, working with a computer. So you've got to get rid of petrol and diesel vehicles if you want the autonomous vehicles, which they do. So you get in a petrol and diesel vehicle now, and you basically, unless it's a military establishment or something, you drive it where you like. With an autonomous vehicle, the computer is going to decide where you can go or not, and that because it will be programmed not to take you where the authorities don't want you to go. And it's all about control. So here's three major planks. There are others, but there's three major pillars of this agenda: the cloud, the brain chip, and autonomous cars. And he is fronting up companies that are advancing all of them. And he's said that he supports a carbon tax that's straight off the cult agenda wish list. A carbon tax where to save the planet from the gas of life, you will only have to be able to buy certain number of things in a month before you cross your carbon limit, as they say. Where they say, oh, that you bought that takes so much carbon to make and all that. So you won't be able to buy anything else. And there's already a credit card, I think it's MasterCard, where they're putting carbon limits on it. And then you have him calling for a carbon tax because of global warming, which he knows is nonsense. His insider knowledge, he'll know it's nonsense. And then he's saying, and with AI, it's it's going to take a lot of jobs, or what we need is a basic income, exactly off the wish list of the cult. And he's being given a free ride by what passes for the alternative media these days. There's lots of great people out there who are genuine, but the people that get the big audiences and the focus, they're honestly, I wouldn't pay them in Watcher'z. And they're giving him a free ride because he bought Twitter, actually with a load of these other major players in the game, and has let a few people back, although the suppression is there in another way now through shadow banning and stuff like that. And as a result, the alternative media, what I call the MAM, the mainstream alternative media, has gone into cognitive dissonance. Before, they were calling him out because of all these things that he was advancing, which were the cult agenda. Now they're quiet on it, don't say a thing. Because, oh no, he's a free speech absolutist, he is. He lets me right on Twitter. And so he's being given a free ride. And that's one of the reasons, just one, there are others, why he was allowed to buy Twitter. Because, people say, oh, it's great now, we can go back on Twitter. And before, they were controlling everything. Stopping people. Yeah, they were. And when Musk took it over, he released what he called these Twitter files to show, oh, look, all the control that was going on before me. So then you say to people, so the deep state, as you call it, which is just an expression of the cult, had control of Twitter and who could be on it and what they could say. Oh, yeah, absolutely, they did, yeah. So that's what they want in it. They want that control. Oh, yeah, they want that control, yeah. So why did they sell it to Musk then? Why would they do that? Why would BlackRock and State Street and Fidelity Investments and JP Morgan, etc., why would they let him have it? Because there's an ulterior motive. And if you notice, I've done a lot of research on this, and others are starting to do a lot of research on it as well. These tech oligarchs, these multi-billionaire tech oligarchs, not these people like Peter Thiel, are moving in, Musk's old mate, are moving in on the alternative media. They're funding it. They're putting their people in there to give the right message. And they are seeking to dilute opposition to what they want, this AI control agenda, by hijacking the opposition. So if you look at this scenario, suddenly I noticed, because those posts of Musk on Twitter X, every single one is strategic. It's not by accident. It's not just the odd comment. They are calculated. So I noticed in the last few weeks that suddenly Elon Musk is posting about the dangers of what's happening on the United States southern border. He hadn't before, but now he suddenly is many times. That the border's open and people are coming in and we've got to stop it. Now, that is a point of concern of the alternative media and has been for years and years and years. I've been writing about it and warning about it and what the plan was for decades. So what's happened is people have gone, oh, Elon's seen it now. Elon's great. Look, he's pointing out the border. So where's this going? Well, where it's going is a virtual border, a border controlled by AI. And there's companies, not least connected to Peter Thiel, that are involved in this now. It's starting to play out. That's the solution to the problem they've calculatedly created. And so you had an alternative media and alternative thinkers, pushbackers, I call them, that can see some of this AI stuff and don't want it to happen. And normally would say, no, we don't want AI borders and biometric borders and all that stuff and biometric airports. Oh, no, they're pushing back against it. So now what you do is you create a problem, which is an open border, the southern border, and what's happening in Europe as well. And then you offer a solution, which is what the pushbackers have been pushing back against. But well, these people are on our side. It's Elon. He's saying what's happening on the border is all dangerous and horrible and terrible and threatening. And he's got a solution. And Thiel's got a solution. And this guy's got a solution. And they're all the same solution, which is a digital biometric border. And if you notice, the European Union at the very same time are bringing in biometrics more and more and more in airports and at border control points. And it's all part of this unfolding AI control of everything. So Elon Musk, I wouldn't trust him to tell me the time in a room full of clocks, frankly. And I've said many times, debate me, Elon, live. I'd love it. Bring as many others as you want. I'd love it, because you haven't got a leg to stand on, and you know it if the truth is brought out about what you're really doing.
There you go. Well said, done. I've been saying the same thing too, Mr. Ike. I've been saying the same thing. You get me? For real, for real. Okay, so let's get into this next thing right now. That was a good commercial break, right, people? I know. All right, let's get into the next one. Here we go. Eyes wide shut. Who's all right? The Watcher'z. Let me bring in the next video. Bang. Now, hold on. I gotta get up over here. I had to check this other video too real quick. I'll come back to that. All right, let me leave that open. All right, so now, people, let's get into this. Let me close that too. I'm closing up whatever I ain't using. All right, so here we go. Y'all can see the title, right? Okay. So we still on this. Save the kids, save the children. Let's go.
In the shadows of Omaha, Nebraska, there lurked monstrosities the world had yet to fathom. It was the quintessential Midwestern town, yet beneath the serenity, a malignant darkness festered. It was here that a vile scandal of systemic sexual abuse and satanic worship unfolded within the very institutions that were meant to protect the city from itself. In the mid-1980s, the Franklin Community Federal Credit Union served the most disenfranchised and underprivileged communities of Omaha. It operated under the guidance of Lawrence E. King Jr. He was a socialite, friends with those who were in positions of power, politicians and police who found themselves indebted to his favor. King sat on the boards of charitable organizations and seemed to give back to his community. But beneath this crafted exterior pulsed a darkness accused of some of the worst crimes imaginable. Investigators initiated an audit of the credit union, uncovering malicious and grotesque deceit. King was charged with 40 counts of embezzlement, fraud, and tax evasion, stealing over $39 million. Yet, the startling revelation of his financial crimes would only be the beginning. The investigation uncovered a horrifying narrative, stitched together by the testimonies of children. They named King as the architect of nightmares like ritualized abuse, cultist ceremonies, and a web of political blackmail that implicated figures like Ronald Reagan and George Bush Sr. They described a sinister underbelly of cruelty and corruption, the aftermath of which still echoes through the nation. The story of the Franklin Community Federal Credit Union begs a profoundly unsettling question. What if the very institutions meant to protect become the architecture of unimaginable horror? The Franklin Community Federal Credit Union was established in 1968 with the intention of making credit accessible to the African American community of North Omaha. It was a low-income credit union formed by community activists. It was a cornerstone of communal support, and it attracted deposits from charities, nonprofit organizations, and struggling individuals. The credit union offered certificates of deposit to non-members, and they provided financial services and education for residents, even helping when they couldn't cover their water or power bills. Lawrence E. King Jr. would become the manager in 1970, just 2 years after its establishment. Under his direction, the Franklin Credit Union expanded its services, like the initiative with the Consumer Service Organization, which managed welfare, disability, and social security checks. This expansion allowed a significant addition to the coffers of the Franklin Credit Union. King began offering high-interest certificates of deposit. They marked at 2 to 3% above market rates in an attempt to secure greater deposits at the credit union, and it was instrumental to the growth of the institution. However, it quickly became a Ponzi scheme where additional CDs were required to cover payments for maturing ones. These rates attracted investments and grants from corporate powerhouses and religious organizations, securing millions for the credit union. King leveraged these perceived successes to network with the movers and shakers of Omaha, and later, the national political arena. King started as a McGovern Democrat, but he changed his affiliation and became the chairperson of the National Black Republican Council. He was tasked with coordinating efforts to mobilize the black vote across 17 states, a role that placed him at the confluence of national politics and community outreach. King was a rising star of the GOP. He sang the Star-Spangled Banner at a Republican event in 1982 that was attended by President Reagan, and he sang the national anthem in 1988 at the RNC in New Orleans. Throughout the 80s, King became increasingly embedded in the Republican Party at the state and national level. His position with the Franklin Credit Union afforded him an annual salary of $16,000 a year, but King drove a $70,000 white Mercedes, chartered private jets and limousines, and rented multiple apartments and houses in Washington, D.C. and Omaha. He explained that his wealth came from old family money. The truth was much more sinister. King was exploiting his position at the credit union to fund his extravagant and debaucherous lifestyle. The Franklin Credit Union provided King with an inexhaustible bankroll. He expanded into multiple business ventures, owning restaurants and bars, including Omaha's Showcase Lounge, which was known to be frequented by pimps and sex workers. He began to donate heavily to Boys Town, a large orphanage in western Omaha started in 1917 as a shelter for young boys left behind with no family after World War I. In the 1990s, it was worth $500 million. The organization had expanded to owning its own school and church, where over 500 homeless and abandoned children were housed. Still, it was considered the richest square mile in the world. King also joined the board of directors for the Omaha Girls Club. He began to funnel vulnerable children from both organizations into his home, businesses, and parties under the guise of empowerment and employment. These children would allege realities far more horrifying than anyone could have anticipated. Before the shutdown of the Franklin Credit Union in November 1988, before the senatorial investigation and public unraveling, a complex web of disturbing rumors began to surface. These early whispers were first shared with law enforcement officers, social workers, and foster care administrators, hinting at a deeply entrenched network of sexual exploitation, abuse, and even satanic ritual, all implicating the city's most prominent figures. These initial reports were sporadic and often dismissed or downplayed by those in positions of authority, but as more victims came forward, the horrifying scope of these allegations could no longer be ignored. On June 10, 1985, a social worker with the Nebraska Department of Social Services received a call from the Sheriff's Department in Washington County. Records indicate the call was about child abuse complaints under the foster care of Jarrett and Barbara Webb. Jarrett was a board member of the Franklin Credit Union, and Barbara was Lawrence King's cousin. The call detailed 3 foster children who had significant bodily injuries. The children complained of abuse from their foster parents. They claimed that they had been beaten with a railroad iron and belt. The Webbs fostered 9 children, and more than half had run away from home in the past. During later investigations, DSS would remove several siblings from the home after reports from 6 of the children that they had been stripped nude and beaten for extended periods of time, and they had been denied meals. Unfortunately, the abuse didn't stop there. One victim, Lisa Webb, told Jane Tooley of the Sheriff's Department that she had been sexually abused since the age of 9. The Washington County prosecutor, Patrick Tripp, didn't believe Lisa's testimony. He required that she take 4 separate polygraph tests. She passed all 4 times, but Tripp attempted to discredit her, claiming that her story was too fantastical to be real. Tragically, this pattern of skepticism and disbelief would be a trend among investigators and prosecutors. Other children in the Webb home claimed to have found graphic images and videotapes, some portraying underage victims. They reported hearing that these materials had been produced and provided by Lawrence King. Julie Walters, a youth care worker at Boys Town, developed an extensive 51-page report based on interviews with Nellie and Kimberly Webb. She had extensive experience working with children who had suffered abuse, and she emphasized that the Webb children seemed truthful. Their narratives shared a remarkable level of detail, thematic consistency, and implicated figures, only enhancing their credibility. Nellie Webb reported that King would attend parties at the Omaha Girls Club, or he would throw parties at his home. King would call the Webbs and tell them to provide 1 or more children who would be forced to attend. She claimed the parties were attended by 30 adult patrons seeking the company of sex workers and children who were commingled. They would pay money, and the encounters would happen in communal areas, side rooms, or bedrooms. Horrifyingly, Nellie spoke about King flying her to Chicago, New York, and Washington, D.C., where she met significant political players, including Vice President George Bush Sr. She described that these parties had countless bodyguards, admission key cards, and pat-down security. And behind closed doors, she saw powerful politicians engaged with young male sex workers. The Watcher'z report was given to the Department of Social Services in 1986, but there seemed to be little, if any, investigative interest. Barbara and Jarrett Webb lost their foster license, but they were not subject to any criminal charges for the abuses perpetrated. Separately, a 17-year-old girl and her mother filed a report with the Omaha Police Department after participating in an illicit photography session. The photographer, Rusty Nelson, approached the 17-year-old to be his subject for a European portfolio he was developing. The girl and her mother followed Nelson to his apartment for a 5-hour session where Nelson made inappropriate remarks and attempted to convince the girl to pose nude. The girl's mother noticed several nude photographs in the studio. Many of the subjects appeared to be minors. Officer Carmian interviewed the two women about the exploitation attempts of Rusty Nelson. They claimed that Nelson spoke of being self-employed, but regularly spoke of someone he called the boss. Investigators arrived at his apartment, and they found it had been vacated just 9 days after the initial report. The lease for Unit 3B in the Twin Towers apartment complex was registered under the name Lawrence King. When the FBI spoke with King, he said he had evicted Nelson when he heard about the incident. Officers discovered that King rented several units in the Twin Towers complex, including the penthouse, and an interview with the building manager revealed rumors that King was a heavy drug dealer with a preference for young boys. Nelson would later contend that King used his deep bankroll to make the investigation go away. Nelson would not be indicted on these charges, and he would disappear for several years before making critical contributions to the investigation in 1990. In 1988, Officer Carmian was dispatched to interview Shawnetta Moore, a 15-year-old girl whose testimony involved the same themes, players, and patterns of abuse, pointing again to a broad exploitation network within the city of Omaha. Moore was located at Richard Young Hospital, where she had told her therapist that she was the victim of nude photography and suffered at the hands of powerful men committing satanic rituals. Moore reported that she was friends with Kimberly and Nellie Webb, and that it began when all three of them were earning money by modeling for an unnamed photographer who was likely Rusty Nelson. Moore claimed that many of those photographing and purchasing photographs were leaders of the North Omaha Girls Club. She claimed she was coerced with threats of violence, and that she reported the photography network to law enforcement and the superintendent of her school, Deward Finch. Finch was mentioned in previous testimony as a friend and frequent visitor of the Webbs, and nothing came from her criminal report. Moore reported that she was gradually introduced to ritualistic parties where kids were drugged. She described graphic and indecent acts performed by men at these parties, and she identified Lawrence King by name. She claimed that many of these ritualistic parties occurred at a home owned by King on Wirt Street. The investigating officer drove to the area and saw King's name printed on the awning of the home. The officer's report indicated that Moore seemed reluctant to trust, especially when King's name was mentioned, and it wasn't until later in 1988 that she was completely forthcoming. Her disturbing testimony about satanic ritual and abuse was later collected and entered into the Franklin Committee's senatorial investigation and report. Shawnetta Moore's testimony included descriptions of the homicides of several children, and she named King as a leading participant. She attended parties that were identical to the testimonies of the Webbs. She remembered votive candles scattered around the room, men cloaked in long robes, and descriptions of the rituals as power meetings. Smith recounted that she was locked in a room with a Caucasian infant and told that she could achieve great power by killing something that she really loved. The men decapitated the infant and removed the eyes before leaving the room. Smith stayed in the room overnight and described hearing whippings and beatings in the building. She was released the next day and told to return for the next power meeting. In fear for her life, she complied, and she saw the superintendent of her school and Lawrence King in attendance. She described 5 other instances of ritualistic sacrifice, the details of which are more graphic than those already cited and included prolonged acts of dismemberment and cannibalism. Officer Carmian took these initial reports and told doctors at the Richard Young Hospital that he would return for more information. However, he never did. Carol Stitt later recounted to the Franklin Committee that caseworkers, employees, and therapists called Carmian, requesting that he return because Smith was still sharing new accounts. Senator Ernie Chambers would uncover that Carmian had been transferred out of investigations. Chambers would recall, "I felt he'd been transferred because he was getting too close to something, and his superiors did not want him to continue." Some questioned Moore's credibility. She had been hospitalized and suffered severe psychological trauma, and law enforcement reported that she had a history of bizarre interactions with officers. However, the Foster Care Review Board Executive Director, Carol Stitt, believed her testimony was highly credible. The chronology and the details were concrete, and they overlapped in detail with the Webbs, all of whom implicated Lawrence King. But this was only the beginning. Carol Stitt believed that the Omaha Police Department was failing to investigate thoroughly, or had even resorted to intimidating and discrediting witnesses. They seemed determined to make these stories go away. But still, the reports continued to grow in number. In May 1988, Kirsten Hallberg, an employee at Richard Young Hospital, reported 7 additional witnesses who had similarly horrifying and disturbing accounts connecting back to Lawrence King. Accounts that would soon be made public. Whispers about financial mismanagement at the Franklin Community Federal Credit Union continued throughout the 1980s. In 1981, an anonymous letter was sent to the National Credit Union Association about misdeeds, and a limited investigation uncovered $400,000 in missing funds. In 1984, Edward Hobbs wrote a letter to the Franklin Board detailing embezzlement at the credit union. He was a former teller at the bank, and he was fired the day after sharing his letter. From 1984 to 1988, the Franklin Community Federal Credit Union escaped watchdog audits from federal organizations. King and several of his employees delayed and excused these potential audits to cover up their theft. But in 1988, the National Credit Union Association closed Franklin for unsafe and unsound practices, and a forensic financial accounting was conducted. 1 week later, they announced that millions of dollars of high-interest certificates of deposit had been hidden from federal examiners in the past. The total was $4 million in assets and liabilities and $30 million in missing funds. The total would later be raised to $39 million. On November 18, 1988, the state legislature demanded an investigation of the Franklin closure. The Franklin Committee was formed to investigate the neglect and financial mismanagement of the credit union, but the scope of their investigation would become much larger. The Franklin Committee was run by State Senator Loren Schmidt and State Senator Ernie Chambers. Both senators faced significant political headwinds, credibility concerns, and even dissension through the lifespan of the committee. But they were dedicated to the pursuit of truth and justice. On December 12, 1988, Senator Ernie Chambers received allegations of physical and sexual child abuse related to the Franklin Credit Union. The source of these allegations was never named. The senatorial committee was only beginning to uncover a malignant nightmare, the scope of which they had yet to imagine. On December 19th, Carol Stitt, Dennis Carlos, and Burrell Williams of the Foster Care Review Board recounted the allegations of abuse to the Franklin Committee. The first investigator hired was Jerry Lowe, a former Lincoln policeman, and by July 1989, he had gathered a great deal of secondhand evidence, including witness testimony and some financial records indicating the Omaha police chief had spent time with King at his Washington, D.C. residence. However, without substantial evidence, Senator Schmidt worried the case would fall apart. Senator Ernie Chambers and investigator Lowe resigned. By August, the Franklin Committee hired Gary Caradori, a former state patrolman, and with his assignment, the case took an even darker turn. Gary Caradori made public appeals for information, calling for victims to come forward. He networked with disgruntled social workers and advocates to identify potential victims who were hesitant to come forward. Despite the resistance and skepticism of law enforcement, he made connections with Omaha police officers and agents who reported on abuse. This holistic approach, combined with previous evidence, allowed Caradori to find and identify victims who were willing to go on the record. 4 victims allowed their testimony to be video and audio recorded. They were Alicia Owen, Troy Boner, Danny King, and Paul Bonacci. Caradori and his assistant Karen Ormiston interviewed 21-year-old Alicia Owen at the Women's Reformatory in York, Nebraska. Owen was reluctant to involve herself initially, but on November 7th, 1989, she told Caradori that she had become involved with Lawrence King in August 1983, when she was just 14 years old. Troy Boner and another boy from Boys Town had invited her to a party at King's penthouse in the Twin Towers complex, just a few floors away from where photographer Rusty Nelson had been investigated. She identified prominent businessmen like Alan Baer and Harold Anderson, and the police chief, Robert Wadman. The following accounts are deeply disturbing. While her first party was in August, Owen attended multiple parties at the Twin Tower penthouse. They had fewer than 10 adults, with nearly twice as many minors, reportedly around the ages of 14 or 15. The same men were often in attendance. These parties were well stocked with drugs and alcohol, and the room featured a television set which played pornography. Owen remembered seeing many boys in varying states of dress. The boys would often be sitting in the laps of men. Attendees would retreat to back bedrooms, or other times, the abuse would occur in the main room in front of others. Owen described being assaulted by Police Chief Wadman on multiple occasions. During her taped recounting, she would request moments to stop and regain her composure. She claimed that Wadman is likely the father of her child. Owen confirmed what many of the other testimonies had already stated. She recounted private flights with King to Los Angeles, where she was victimized by violent men. This story would be corroborated by another witness interviewed by Caradori. When asked about satanic activity, Owen described a house in Leavenworth where a pentagram was painted on the kitchen floor. The home was filled with demonic pictures, and she mentioned a man named King's Horses, who frequently attended the parties and oversaw King's dirty work. She claimed that King's Horses was deeply involved in occult ritual. Rusty Nelson and Lawrence King directed photography sessions at many of these parties, and Owen was forced to participate or receive physical beatings. She speculated that Nelson kept the negatives of these sessions to blackmail King. With the resulting testimony from his first witness, Caradori would recommend 62 individuals and documents to be subpoenaed, and he provided a list of alleged perpetrators, including Lawrence King, Police Chief Wadman, Harold Anderson, Alan Baer, Superintendent Deward Finch, Peter Citrone, and Judge Theodore Carlson. Caradori was directed by Owen to speak with Troy Boner. He visited Troy's mother, who described him as a boy with a great weight on his shoulder, who was unwilling to share. On November 25th at 4 a.m., Troy called Caradori, and the two spoke for an hour. Troy seemed paranoid, interrogating Caradori on his intentions and affiliation with law enforcement. When Troy began to share that he had been abused and deeply scarred by what happened, Caradori insisted that they not discuss it over the phone, and the two agreed to meet the following day. Caradori videotaped the conversation with his second witness on November 25th, 1989. Troy corroborated much of Owen's testimony, although some dates did not match. He confirmed that he had witnessed Police Chief Wadman assault Owen, and he named many of the same locations that Owen had mentioned. Troy explained that it began when he met Alan Baer in 1983. Another boy had taken him to an apartment on the second floor of the Twin Towers complex and introduced him to Baer, where he was abused and paid several $100s per meeting. Baer gave a picture of Troy to Lawrence King, and King approached him at the Max Bar, a prominent bar in the gay community. King paid Troy for similar abuses, and King moved Troy into a Travelodge Inn for 3 weeks, where the two met almost every afternoon. Troy would eventually be moved to an apartment owned by King, where he and other minors were frequently abused. In May 1985, Troy recruited another minor, Danny King, and introduced him to Baer, just as he had been introduced. Troy, Danny, and Owen would frequently be flown on private charter planes or directed to take commercial flights to California, where they met with sadistic pedophiles. Troy claimed that some minors were not on return flights, and he assumed they had been sold or killed. With Troy's videotaped testimony, Senator Schmidt and Caradori were fearful about how to proceed, given that the institutions of power in Omaha were directly implicated. Danny King was employed, but in the process of being evicted when Caradori met him. Caradori and Troy picked up King from his apartment, where he gathered his things. Caradori filmed the interview with his third witness at a residence inn on December 5th, 1989. Danny confirmed that he met Baer through Troy's introduction in 1983. He was 13 or 14 years old at the time. The two drank schnapps, and Danny accepted abuse for a payment of $50, and this continued every week for 7 months until Danny was introduced to Lawrence King. The three would do drugs at Baer's residence, and Danny would be beaten and unpaid if he didn't perform certain acts to King's liking. The videotaped interview of Danny King ran nearly 6 hours, and in the days following, Caradori drove him through Omaha to confirm several of the named locations, including the apartment of Alan Baer. The 21 hours of testimony from Owen, Troy, and Danny corroborated multiple events, locations, and people in their separate accounts, and they were confirmed by testimony from other witnesses who refused to go on record. The footage was submitted to the Nebraska Attorney General's office and the U.S. Attorney on December 27, 1989. While this was a necessary step in escalating the accusations of corruption, child abuse, and Satanism, Caradori worried about the welfare of his witnesses, given the history of corruption. He housed his witnesses and supplied them with food and goods. He advocated that they receive physical and psychiatric care, and he worried about harassment similar to what the Webbs and Owen had already suffered. At the same time, Senator Schmidt and his attorney John DeCamp spoke with an agent at the FBI field office in Omaha to discuss law enforcement's inaction in previous investigations. They implicated prominent figures and shared that Police Chief Wadman had been named as an alleged perpetrator. The agent told Schmidt and DeCamp that he was close friends with Wadman and that the committee would receive the full and direct scrutiny of the FBI if they chose to implicate him. As a result, DeCamp turned to the press, releasing a memo that publicly named many of those mentioned in the videotaped testimony. The shockwaves of this memo reached throughout newspapers and television networks in Nebraska and neighboring states. A blurb was even written in Newsweek magazine. Omaha reporters and officials were quick to discredit DeCamp. The Lincoln Journal and World Herald only printed excerpts, stripping the names of those implicated. DeCamp and others posited that the editorial decisions were influenced by Peter Citrone and Harold Anderson. Citrone was a prominent newspaper columnist who wrote for the World Herald, and Anderson was the former publisher of the World Herald. Both were implicated in the child abuse allegations. On March 1st, 1990, the FBI debriefed Danny King, who began to recant what he told Caradori on videotape. They conducted multiple-hour debriefings, and his story remained unchanged until March 5th. He claimed to have lied about the interstate flights, but he reiterated the abuse by Bear and King. Danny King blamed Troy Boner for the fabricated stories. He claimed that Troy was looking to sue King for millions, and the orchestration of the testimony was meant to ensure their victory in the judicial system. By the end of March, Danny had recanted almost all of his testimony, including the repeated abuses of Bear and King. The FBI followed by debriefing Troy Boner, who recanted much of his testimony as well. The DeCamp memo, the leaked videotaped testimony, and the recantation of Danny and Troy greatly wounded the investigation. DeCamp, Schmidt, and Caradori believed the FBI had coerced the recantations. Caradori met with Paul Bonacci on May 10, 1990, after getting his name from a member of the Concerned Parents Organization. Bonacci was in the Lincoln Correctional Center for 2 charges of sexual assault on a child. The victims were 13 and 9 years old. Bonacci was evaluated by a court-appointed psychiatrist and diagnosed with what was formerly known as multiple personality disorder, but what is now known as dissociative identity disorder. The disorder, while controversial in diagnostics, often presents in disorganized victims who suffer repeated and severe abuse as a child. Bonacci was born in Omaha, the second youngest of 6. He came from a broken home with a second and then third stepfather. He suffered neglect, and a predatory neighbor began abusing him at the age of 6. When he was 9 or 10, Bonacci became involved with drugs and sex work, loitering in a nearby park frequented by pedophiles. This quickly matured into parties where he encountered and embraced Satanism and large-scale exploitation. In the first 7 hours of videotaped interview, Bonacci confirmed he met Owen, Danny, and Troy in late 1983 at the Twin Towers apartments. He had already been abused by Citrone, Bear, and King. He described meeting Citrone at an amusement park, where he was solicited, and he described meeting Bear in 1979 in the Milk Run neighborhood. Bonacci was just 12 years old when he was abused by Bear and paid $20. He remembered that the encounters frequently included sadistic abuse, like beatings, cuttings, and burnings. Bonacci claims that his affiliation went on to include cross-country flights to California, D.C., and Des Moines, the same locations cited by the other witnesses. In one particularly brutal recounting, Bonacci claims a camera crew followed them to a remote area outside Sacramento. One of the boys was placed in a cage, and the other two were instructed to beat and abuse him. A particularly sadistic man joined the assault before shooting one of the boys with a handgun. The other two were instructed to continue their abuse afterwards. That night, Bonacci would unsuccessfully attempt suicide in the hotel bathroom, resulting in a 2-day stay in a California hospital. Bonacci confessed that he participated in the abduction of 12-year-old Johnny Gosch in Des Moines. It was the early morning of September 6, 1982, when Gosch vanished without a trace. The only remnants of his presence were a wagon with undelivered newspapers and his dog, left to wander the street alone. The search was immediate and widespread. Flyers were plastered on every surface, and the police were inundated with tips, entrenched in a case that defied explanation. The search quickly went cold. Months turned into years, and then in 1984, Johnny Gosch was one of the first missing children portrayed on a milk carton. This was an initiative to spark interest, drive public engagement, and unearth leads that might otherwise be lost. Bonacci recounted that men had forced him to kidnap Gosch. They threatened him with a pistol and instructed him to speak with the boy on the street long enough for one of the men to grab him. These men took Bonacci, Gosch, and another boy to a home near Omaha where their abuses were filmed. It was Bonacci's testimony that began to provide reason for the trips to Washington, D.C. He implied that King used children to blackmail politicians and other power brokers. The home in the area had been outfitted with security cameras to capture the illegal sexual activity. These tapes would be sold to other players to twist votes and force political capitulation. Bonacci claims that he was interviewed by the Omaha Police Department on several occasions. He even provided documentation of aggressors, including photographic evidence. However, nothing came from these investigations. Bonacci and Owen suggested that Caradori pursue Rusty Nelson, who likely had a surplus of photographic negatives. They could secure physical evidence of their testimony. On July 9, 1990, Caradori flew a 1984 single-engine Piper Saratoga from Lincoln to Chicago with his 8-year-old son. They were going to attend the MLB All-Star Game. Caradori told his wife that he would be meeting Rusty Nelson while in Chicago. Caradori made 4 phone calls while there, speaking with Lauren Schmidt, his wife, and 2 others. In one phone call, he stated that he would be acquiring photographs and other materials that would corroborate the testimony from his remaining 2 victims. Rusty Nelson would later confirm that he met with Caradori in Chicago and provided him with photographic negatives that would be the linchpin in the Franklin case. The All-Star Game ended around 11:45 p.m., and the Caradoris departed Chicago's Midway Airport at 1:51 a.m. An hour later, the plane crashed in a cornfield in Ashton, Illinois. Debris was scattered up to 1,800 feet from the fuselage, and an investigation determined that the plane had broken up mid-flight. 2 years later, it would be speculated that Caradori may have become overtaken by fatigue. When attempting to desperately recover lost altitude, he had snapped the wings off the plane. The backpack and film camera of Caradori's son were recovered nearly undamaged, yet Caradori's briefcase was not. Those close to the case believe that if Caradori had retrieved photographs, they would have been stored inside this briefcase. The following day, FBI agents, armed with a subpoena, arrived at Caradori's office, requiring the surrender of all evidence related to the Franklin case, as well as any phone logs and financial documents related to Caradori's investigations. Senator Schmidt feared that Caradori's death was one more example of corruption and cover-up. The committee hired former CIA Director William Colby to investigate the plane crash. During his tenure with the CIA, Colby notably devoted outsized resources to Operation Phoenix, which sought to disrupt the political and social support system of the Viet Cong by infiltration, assassination, torture, and more. The program resulted in over 25,000 deaths, many of whom were civilian non-combatants. Colby later became outspoken about the CIA's practices, and he received tremendous political and social pressure to keep his secrets. Colby, familiar with the pressures of political conspiracy, warned DeCamp and Schmidt about the forces at play. Colby investigated Caradori's plane crash and could not find evidence to indicate tampering with the plane. However, it's rumored that he told 3 members of the Franklin Committee that he believed Caradori had been assassinated. Mysteriously, Colby would take a solo canoe trip near his Maryland home in 1996, and he would go missing, only to be recovered 9 days later. There were no witnesses, and the scene was not thoroughly investigated, as authorities believed it was a stroke or accidental drowning. His life jacket was missing from his shed, but it was not recovered with his belongings. The purpose of the Douglas County Grand Jury was to judicially review the Franklin-related child abuse allegations. The grand jury proceedings would be private, and they would make decisions on who to indict to stand trial as criminal defendants. The prosecutor began by calling witnesses, reviewing testimony, and sharing evidence with a jury of Nebraskan citizens. They began by reviewing the earlier allegations of the adopted Webb children, and they released an interim report that would be used to indict Jarrett Webb on third-degree sexual assault charges against his adopted daughter, Lisa. This interim report was released to ensure charges could be filed before the statute of limitations expired the possibility. The grand jury spent the majority of their time reviewing Caradori's videotaped interviews. The witnesses themselves appeared before the grand jury, and Danny and Troy upheld their recantations. Their testimony was meant to discredit Owen and Bonacci. Troy claimed that Owen had called him and fed him the information contained in his 7-hour taped interview, and Danny echoed these claims during his short time on the stand. Owen spent 2 days testifying, and she was questioned about her history of psychiatric hospitalizations, drug use, financial fraud, and more. Bonacci testified, but his history of sexual offenses and psychiatric diagnosis greatly damaged his credibility. The Douglas County Grand Jury released its final report on July 23, 1990, less than 2 weeks after Caradori's death. The subsequent publication of the World Herald read, "Grand Jury says abuse stories were a carefully crafted hoax." The report claimed that child abuse allegations related to King were nothing more than rumor. It claimed to have found no evidence of any children being transported on interstate flights, despite passenger manifests and pilot interviews missing from admitted evidence. The report concluded that Lawrence King had used money to solicit and procure men in their late teens and early 20s, which was considered adult pandering. King was not prosecuted because of the pending federal financial case that would result in his conviction. Instead, the jury indicted Alicia Owen on 8 counts of perjury, Paul Bonacci on 3 counts of perjury, and Alan Baer for 2 counts of adult pandering. In 1991, King was convicted of embezzling over $39 million from the Franklin Community Federal Credit Union. The court found him guilty of making fraudulent financial transactions and misappropriating funds, which led to the credit union's insolvency and subsequent federal takeover. King was sentenced to 15 years in prison, a judgment that aimed to hold him accountable for the financial damages his actions caused. In addition to his prison sentence, King was ordered to make restitution although the prospect of recovering the embezzled funds was considered slim due to the scale of his theft and his depleted resources.
There is a fork in the road that's approaching you, and you can stay on the path which curves to the left by denying the existence of Satanism in the fullness that you've been shown. Or you can surrender to the truth and take the right-hand path. Now, where that road could lead is the sweetest risk you'll ever take. Are you still pretending that this one-eye religion of Freemasonry isn't Luciferianism? See, this here is the biggest obstacle you'll ever face. The very thing that could lead you to the prize is the very thing that will keep you from it. The reality of international Satanism. In the shadow of Christianity, Satanism has always been there. With every church that sprung up, so did its invisible enemy, the Satanic Church, growing out of sight and out of mind from this to this. And Christianity has long been deprived of its power, as clearly demonstrable by the absolute lack of preaching against the institution of Freemasonry. Satanism's magic cloak, Satanism's magic trick, that's Freemasonry. And how they are laughing for now. So Freemasons are at the helm of the power structure of society, which means Satanism rules. And they're making their move for the new order of the ages. Are you that besotted by this evil world that you'll even deny the existence of secret societies? And what about the American president, John Kennedy? Was he just a nut job like me? Warning us about an international secret society with an international secret plot, a Freemason trying to tell you and the world about Freemasonry. Shot through the head. I've shown you who they are. I've shown you how they successfully operate with degrees of initiations and horrific and illegal oaths of secrecy. And I've shown you why they are a secret society. I've proven it to you. And only now that I've done that, I can show you in this many minutes what the shocking new order that Freemasonry has so cautiously been guiding us toward actually looks like. And of course, you won't believe that either. By now, there's a 98.5% chance that you belong to the world. And in that case, the world can do, will do, and is doing whatever the hell it wants to with you. And when all you have is the world, you'll do anything to hold on to it. Christian or not, most of you will follow this world straight to the slaughterhouse in the name of peace, safety, and progress. clinging to it, because all you love is inside it, blissfully ignoring people like me warning you of who's really in charge of it. Men, women, actors, singers, businessmen, and politicians, all interlocked, whose God is named Lucifer. You've seen it with your own eyes, but now you can hear it with your own ears from this 33-degree Freemason in person, just in case the Masonic literature wasn't enough for you.
Okay, define Lucifer for me.
Pure, virtuous, wholesome, innocent individual that's out to help people.
Lucifer is?
Yeah.
Say that again. Lucifer is a pure, holy,
virtuous.
Now, is he the Lucifer that God created?
That's the same one.
Oh man, this is great. I'm going to put this on the internet.
God bless you, brother.
Because that's exactly what the Shriners and Masons teach, is that Lucifer is light.
No.
And you're
What about those
confirming
hospitals?
You know what, sir? Jesus said, many will say to me on that day, Lord, Lord, we did not do these good deeds in your name. And you'll say, away from me, you workers of iniquity. I never knew you.
Jesus said
in Matthew chapter 5.
You've been bred from childhood to fall for the biggest lie ever told, that Satan doesn't exist. And if Satan doesn't exist, well, then neither does Jesus. And while your heroes and idols know full well that they do exist. And when I say you've been bred from childhood, I mean just that. Walter Disney was a high-ranking Freemason. He is a Masonic stamp dedicated to him, and his very exclusive Club 33, which stands for the 33 degrees of Freemasonry. And who's the god of the 33rd degree Freemason, Walt Disney? Well, Walter hides the answer in plain sight, because that's what Freemasons do. Firstly, the god of Mr. Disney is wicked. See how they veil evil with a cloak of innocence? What does the word veil itself conceal? Secondly, Walter's god is horny, symbolized by the horned god of the witches. And we all know Walt Disney loves magic, which is witchcraft. So the depictions of sex are hidden in plain sight as well. Remember, lust produces life, not love. So lust is purity. Lust is love for the high degree Freemason. And thirdly, he hides the number of his God's name in the open as well. No, that's not a 666 he's seeing interwoven in the design. That would be ridiculous, wouldn't it? Not even when they separate the sixes from the name, all three of them, and place them together for you like this, in plain sight. No, not even then will people see. Do you think things are any better 50 years later? Here's the eye of Lucifer in the Nickelodeon channel, and his lightning flash. Remember what they actually believe about Satan. From Freemason Helena Blavatsky's book, The Secret Doctrine, meaning the secret belief. Who is Satan? He is the angel who was proud enough to believe himself God, brave enough to buy his independence at the price of eternal suffering and torture, beautiful enough to have adored himself in full divine light, strong enough to still reign in darkness amidst agony. Helena Blavatsky is suggested as recommended reading by the Encyclopedia of Freemasonry right here. And the Grand Pontiff of Universal Freemasonry, speaking of Lucifer, Satan, and the devil on page 407, writes that to the initiate, the devil is the instrument of liberty or free will. That's who Lucifer is to them, okay? To show you how little you know of who you're dealing with and the extent of this religion's influence and power, not to mention their plans, let me jump ahead for a minute. Watch this. This is Lucius Trust. The Lucius Trust is a non-for-profit service organization incorporated in the United States in 1922, and their objective from Lucius Trust website, dedicated to the establishment of a new and better way of life for everyone in the world, based on the fulfillment of the divine plan for humanity. The divine plan, a new way of life, like a new world system, like a new order. Now, you want to see who they work for? The Lucius Trust has consultative status with the Economic and Social Council of the United Nations. The United Nations, the UN. They consult the United Nations of the world. They advise the United Nations of the world. Now look at this. The Lucius Trust's publishing company was founded in the early 1920s as Lucifer Publishing Company. The Lucius Trust says that the name was probably chosen to honor Lucifer. What on earth does a modern day consultant to the most powerful and progressive force engaged in uniting all nations under one banner, the UN, have to do with the fallen angel of the Holy Bible? The one that Jesus Christ told us would manifest on earth as a world ruler, to deceive the whole world into a new world system. Yes, that angel. Why on earth would they honor that angel? Well, that's easy. They were founded by Freemasons. Incorporated into the United States by Alice Bailey and her husband, Foster. Well, here's a book written by Foster the Freemason, The Spirit of Freemasonry, published by Lucius Press, also known as Lucifer Publishing. And one last thing, if you dig a little, you'll find an article on their website, The Esoteric Meaning of Lucifer, on a modern company website with consultative powers to the United Nations of all things. Wow, I really hope you're seeing this. In the article, it states that the Baileys had enormous respect for H.P. Blavatsky, who stated in her renowned occult book, The Secret Doctrine, on page 245 in the chapter called Holy Satan. It is Satan who is the God of our planet and the only God. Then the article goes on to say that the Baileys sought to elicit a deeper understanding of the sacrifice made by Lucifer. Everything has been reversed. Evil is good, Jesus is the enemy, and Lucifer sacrificed himself for you, not Jesus Christ, the one who washed the feet of his disciples and the only one they fear. Modern progressive atheists do not influence world events, people. Satanists do. Remember the goal of the Lucius Trust? The fulfillment of the divine plan for humanity. Yeah, the divine plan exposed by Jesus Christ in the Gospels. Hence their war on the Bible and the abolition of it from the school system and even from modern Christian churches who dare not preach from the book of Revelation. Your most highly evolved and contemporary leaders of society secretly believe that in the theosophical perspective, the descent of these solar angels was not a fall into sin or disgrace, but rather an act of great sacrifice. They believe in the fallen angels and their revolt against God as revealed in the Bible, led by the devil, the chief commander of Freemason Bob Dylan, remember? These people make contact with these fallen angels, with the royal art of Freemasonry called witchcraft. Please stick around. Let me show you that. How many solar angels does the Bible say followed Lucifer out of this heavenly realm? A third of the angels makes 33%. Does that number sound familiar yet? 33 degrees of Freemasonry. Just a coincidence? From the Gospels again, which expose these people every time. Do not let anyone who delights in false humility and the worship of angels and who has access to some visionary world beguile you, trick you of your reward. You still don't believe that the false humility of the charitable fraternity of the Freemasons is behind it all? Well, Blavatsky also published a magazine called Lucifer with a woman named Annie Besant. And here's a letter written by Annie herself with the official Masonic letterhead. And here Annie signs off as a 33rd degree Freemason. Printed also in the left-hand corner, Annie Besant, 33rd degree, and a member of the Supreme Council. Undeniable and undisputable. Please don't make me prove it to you over and over. Have you caught a glimpse of who you're dealing with yet? They're all Freemasons, high-ranking. And they're all buffeted by a plethora of Masonic dupes who don't know any of this because they can't decipher the symbols and they don't care to try. They're proud and boastful and defensive of their beloved fraternity, in which they get to rub shoulders with the most important people of their suburbs, cities, and towns, and in which they got on their knees to take blood oaths of death, calling other old decrepitated men worshipful master, yet still they think it's innocent and has nothing to hide. Delusional and lost, almost beyond hope. Some of them still think it's a Christian organization, just like the founder of the Satanic Church described. What do you get when you carefully conceal Satanism with Christianity? You get Freemasonry. People, Satanism is at the core of our world, and it is behind the new order that will be implemented soon enough. It will be all done through deception. You'll be tricked. Remember how I told you that the all-seeing eye sees that we're in hell? Well, the massive witch and Freemason Helena says so right here. Satan is the minister of God, Lord of the seven mansions of Hades, the angel of the manifest worlds. Hades means hell, manifest worlds means earth. This is who you're dealing with. This is the religion and the beliefs of the rich, powerful, and famous. And yes, politicians. Do you want to go back to sleep? You can sleep after this. Or wait till I show you what they're going to do to you, coming up in this many minutes. For those who simply refuse to believe that Bono or Scott Morrison or Prince can be Luciferians because they all go to church, let me show you another Masonic ritual they do. And this is before Satanism or Luciferianism is revealed to the candidate. And then you tell me if Bono or Scott are capable of secretly believing in Lucifer. It all starts here with the Masonic apron. Different kinds signifying different grades. Have you guessed what it's hiding yet? The genitals. Pretty obvious. Like everything else they hide, once you can see. The genitals are the true working tools of a Mason. Freemasonry is foundationally a sex cult, like Satanism, because it all starts with sex, doesn't it? Life itself starts with sex. So the mystical force of the true God of Freemasonry hides in the hidden part of the human body. That's the Holy of Holies, covered by the Masonic apron, the seat of God, the seat of Lucifer. See here with Satanist King Diamond's artwork? The eye is attached to the horn god, but look at where the eye starts, from the waist down. That's where the apron of a Mason begins. And the one eye of Freemasonry is also the one eye of the penis, where life generates and springs forth. See the openly hidden secret of the Masonic square and compass now? You're looking at the sex act. That's the female in missionary position, and that's the male mounting her. The sex act. And the eye in the middle, with these emanating rays, is the orgasm and the ejaculation of the penis. See life shooting forth. That's how they see the sun and the earth too. The sun is the visible penis of their true God, shooting forth life continually. The light itself is the mystical sperm of the God of this world. The sun and penis generate life, while the earth and female womb produce life. The letter G, when replacing the I in the middle of the square and compass, stands for generation, sexual generation. The practical aspect of Freemasonry and Satanism's religion is that of a sex cult. You see Rod Stewart telling you he's a Freemason? By displaying the hidden hand of Freemasonry, also known as the Master of the Second Veil, and look at his other hand, taking the Masonic apron's place for covering his penis, which is the Holy of Holies, the seat of God for the Mason. And from the Grand Pontiff of Freemasonry, Albert Pike, hence the significancy of the phallus, the penis, or of its inoffensive substitute, the obelisk. Straight from the horse's mouth, the erect penis graces us, or should I say disgraces us, with its presence in every country in the world, marking its territory. The Masonic obelisk in our face, everywhere, making its bold statement, yelling, screaming in silence. This is another reason why we're considered the ignorant and stupid masses. Another example of hidden in plain sight. And here's an erect penis on the front page of the female Freemasonry magazine, The Eastern Star. I once stood in front of this obelisk in Sydney and I must have asked 30 people what they thought it was. Not a single one of them knew. To the Freemasons of the higher degrees, the whole universe is in fact one giant and continuous sex act. This is the structure of Freemasonry. You can take this path to the top or this path. And way up here, you have the Order of the Mystic Shrine. The Mystic Shrine is what's found behind the Masonic apron, because that's where life comes from. That's the Mystic Shrine. You have to be a 32nd degree Freemason to be asked to join the Order of the Mystic Shrine. And then, once you're inside, you can be invited to join this order, the Royal Order of Jesters. See, Freemasonry is like Russian dolls, and Satanism is at its center. Look at some of the pins and lapel designs for the Order of the Jesters. You can only join them unless you're at least a 32nd degree Freemason. Sex and debauchery. Erections. The adoration of the phallus. Masturbation. Devils. Demons. Fallen angels. This one here, mocking holiness, reference to the anus, and sodomy, anything to mock the Bible. This disgusting one has King Momus sitting on a female's face, and hidden in plain sight is the square and the compass, for those who have eyes to see. Bestiality, yes indeed. This bagpipe player has an erection, and the sheep is running away scared. Self-explanatory. This character has an emphasized eye, if you can see that, and the skull has an emphasized eye also. The wink and the one eye of the Indian. And the secrecy, the symbols of secrecy. On the far right here, the monkey covers his groin area, symbolizing the Masonic apron, and the black and white dogs, well, they symbolize the checkered floorboard of the Masonic Lodge, which is sexualized male and female principles. The horned god, where evil and good don't exist. And in the first degree, Masons are given a Bible stamped with a square and compass, oblivious to the inherent mockery and the foundation of the whole fraternity, as alluded to here with a genuine Royal Order of Jesters private lapel. This is a certificate that a jester receives after his initiation, and you see here their patron is named King Momus, and he was a god or a daemon, which is a variant of the word demon, who was expelled from heaven, as the legend goes. Sounds just like Lucifer, because it is. Did Freemasonry disassociate themselves from the tax-exempt branch of Freemasonry known as the Jesters? Well, no, they didn't, because, I mean, this is rare footage of an event within the lodge. And I'm sorry about the quality of this, but this is a Masonic lodge. So for Masons that want to say that the Jesters are contrary to Masonry, well, look at these dirty old men, masters of the lodge with sublime morals, all married, probably all have daughters and granddaughters, yet still this inside the lodge. But for you, it should be obvious, because you can see the square and compass, the sex act, and the all-seeing eye right in the middle. I told you that Satanism was the oldest religion in the world, and it is. The sex act was ritualized and organized as a religion before we called it Satanism. But Satan has always been the god, the horny god, the horned god of these sex cults. All of them, from Samaria to Egypt to Greece and so on. That's called paganism. And the real Bible of the Freemasons and the pagans, the one not written by hand, the one that's older than any book, the one that supersedes all the rest in age, thus making it the purest and most unadulterated word of God in the eyes of the Freemasons, is nature. Nature is their Bible. And before you think there's nothing wrong with that, wait a second, because you're not thinking straight. Ask a Mason, whether he be a first degree or a 33rd degree, what is Freemasonry? And the universal go-to answer is this: a peculiar system of morality veiled in allegory and illustrated by symbols. Now, why would you need to veil your morals? Because in their peculiar system, evil is good and good is evil. That's Satanism 101. A peculiar system of morals. That should tell you something. That should tell you everything. Why would your morals need to be a secret? Because their deeds are in fact evil. Glorifying the laws of nature, where cruelty and self-obsession are virtuous characteristics. That's nature. Nature is as cruel as she is kind. The checkered floorboard, where everything is legal. It's Christianity that lives in reverse. The first shall be last. Love your enemies. The meek shall inherit the earth. These are unholy and unnatural concepts in the eyes of visible nature, the nature of Freemasonry, which is Satanism. What the Freemasons really mean by this morality veiled in allegory is that they're allowed to steal because nature allows it. They're allowed to kill because nature allows it. They're allowed to commit adultery because nature isn't monogamous. They're allowed to lie, indulge in all their God-given senses, especially sexual, because nature encourages it, as long as no one finds out, under oath. Jesus said, narrow is the road that leads to life, and broad is the road that leads to destruction. The Freemason of the century says, no true Mason can be narrow, for his lodge is the divine expression of all broadness. Because broad are the divine laws of nature. While they glorify those laws, Christianity breaks those laws. It becomes supernatural, because only then can you love your enemy. And so it goes that Christianity is despised by Freemasonry, the real Freemasons, because their Bible is nature. And by nature, they know the personality traits of their God, Satan, because he's the God of this world, just as the Freemasons, the enemies of mankind, say that he is. And just like Jesus said he was too. So they believe that Jesus is evil because he denies human nature and burdens us with the knowledge of sin. Observable nature, that's what guides the Masons' ethics and the Masons' morals. That's why they're called Freemasons. Believe you me, because they're free from moral obligations, free from sin, from guilt. They're free from Jesus Christ. These people are introducing this new system of the world, this new age. You're going to miss Christianity when it's gone. Mark my words. Because you have no rights in the eyes of nature, which is the Bible of Freemasonry and Satanism. And soon that will become painfully plain as a fact of life. Now, please, I give you fair warning of what's to come in this presentation. It's very disturbing, or at least it should be. But cause to celebrate follows the disgusting things you're about to see. This is precisely where my own life and well-being come into danger. So let me say this right now. If you hear of my sudden death or of my possession of 0.5 kilogram of cocaine or child porn or my overdose or my suicide, remember this video. And if something so unfortunate should happen to me, may it serve as a catapult to you and as a remembrance of the conclusion to this presentation, which is this many minutes away. Do I really think they're going to make me pay for this video, for breaking my oaths? Well, seeing as people are so far gone, lost in the illusion that secret societies have constructed around you and inside you, and seeing as they can simply pull this video down, close my account and whatnot, no, I don't think they'll come after me. But if they do, let me say this to the Grand Lodge that orders my demise right now. Jesus wins. So in saying all that, here we go. Is Scott Morrison a Satanist? I'll let you answer that. Here is a ritual that Scott and every Freemason from this guy to this girl have performed. There is one Masonic apron you'll never see being worn. This one. And when I bumped into it, I thought it was a fake until I found this in Richardson's Monitor of Freemasonry, official Masonic literature written for Masons only. On this page, what is that head doing there? You'll find out in a sec. Let's read the description of the apron worn in this degree. Speaking of the initiates, it states, they wear white aprons sprinkled with blood red and lined and bordered with black. On the flap of the apron, a bloody arm holding a dagger, and on the apron, a bloody arm holding a bloody head by the hair. Now this is why there's an illustration of a decapitated head. And this is going to become to a bone-chilling conclusion. So during this ritual, the candidate removes the blindfold and discovers a basin of water with a tumbler beside it. He's also astonished to find a human head lying on the floor. The master of ceremonies returns and directs the candidate to take up the knife in his right hand and the head in his left. Yes, this pope, this rock star, this pop star, this actor, this actress, and this beloved prime minister, this is what they've done. All of them, hands down. And you thought all you needed to be is talented to succeed? No, you need to belong to the secret society called Freemasonry. And believe me, when you belong to them, you belong to them. Now you tell me, can these people end up believing in Lucifer? Is that really a stretch? Carrying around a bloody head? Swearing to have your brain cooked, tongue torn out from the roots if you ever reveal anything? No, the stretch is that you think they couldn't believe in Lucifer. That's the stretch. Lucifer, the one who sets you free, remember, from sin by sinning. Can you now see the bloody spirit of Freemasonry lurking behind the veneer of charity and the veneer of Christianity? Because Scott Morrison goes to church, apparently. The Pope is a Christian, apparently. But look at these people. So-called Christians or Christians gathered around a giant erect phallus in the middle of the Catholic square. This is Freemasonry, the demolition of morals, the creation of hypocrisy, and the demolition of true virtue. These minds are directing the future. Now, to be fair, I don't know if these heads are real heads. I never got that far to find out. But I will tell you this. All the skulls they use they're real. All the skeletons they use they're real. And they run every single noteworthy funeral home in Australia and the world. I know that personally and for a fact. Once again, you are only seeing the tip of the iceberg because I can't bring myself to tell you about what I really know of the rituals that come after the 33rd degree Freemasonry. For as much as they celebrate life in various grotesque ways, they also celebrate death in ritual form.
A goat. I rode the goat. But anyway, with that being said, you going to, you married now. You in it. You in it. You in it.
Did I accept a goat? I rode the goat. But anyway, with that being said, you going to, you married now. You in it. You in it. You in it.
This is Jay-Z inside his Masonic Lodge.
We rode the goat. UK Marv, yeah, I likes that. Did you drink out of the skull? Yeah, I did. I did. You asked the question, I gave you an answer. Yes, I did. I did. I did. I did. You asked the question, I answered it.
This is Jay-Z inside his Masonic Lodge.
Did I accept a goat? I rode the goat. But anyway, with that being said, you going to, you married now. You in it. You in it. You in it. We rode the goat. UK Marv, yeah, I likes that. Did you drink out of the skull? Yeah, I did. I did. You asked the question, I gave you an answer. Yes, I did. I did. I did. I did. You asked the question, I answered it.
Did I accept a goat? I rode the goat. But anyway, with that being said, you going to, yeah. You married now. You in it. You in it. You in it. Did I accept a goat? I rode the goat. But anyway, with that being said, you going to, yeah. You married now. You in it. You in it. You in it. Did I accept a goat? You in it. Okay. Let's go.
UK Marv, yeah, I likes that. Did you drink out of the skull? Yeah, I did. I did. You asked the question, I gave you an answer. Yes, I did. I did. I did. I did. You asked the question, I answered it.
This is Jay-Z inside his Masonic Lodge.
Did I accept a goat? I rode the goat. But anyway, with that being said, you going to, yeah. You married now. You in it.
Let's get back to the other video. I just had to play that just so y'all could see them telling on themselves. Back to our regularly scheduled programming. Let's go. Or deprogramming. Let's go.
Which are the things I can't speak of to you? They have to celebrate death in order to prove that they can see things through the all-seeing eye. The one that sees above evil and above good. The checkered floorboard, where things kill each other to live. Where life is cruel, where morals are broad. There is no sin. There is only nature. See, these Masonic rituals are designed to desensitize the candidate further and further in preparation for the raw truth of Satanism. The truth which is plainly stated by the Grand Pontiff of Universal Freemasonry. Lucifer is the light bearer, and that you should doubt it not, from their own literature and from their own mouths. Until finally the candidate's introduction into the royal art of Freemasonry, witchcraft. The ancient craft. Why do you think that witchcraft has disappeared? It never disappeared. It was hidden, forced to go into hiding by the appearance of Jesus on the human scene. Another reason why he's passionately hated, and soon him and his ways will be done away with in this new world. And so will your rights. You still don't believe me? You're still doubting all the evidence, like the Freemasons are counting on you to doubt. Well, remember from the Encyclopedia of American Religions, the continuing impact of speculative modern Freemasonry provided fertile soil in which new magical orders could grow. Watch this 2-minute clip. I can vouch for every single thing you hear come from the former Masons' mouths.
In the initiation in Freemasonry, we had to be recommended by another Mason. Well, in order to join witchcraft, you have to be first screened. You have to be recommended by somebody currently in witchcraft.
Well, when I was initiated, I was blindfolded and bound by a rope, and on your bare chest was thrust the point of a spear.
In witchcraft, we were initiated through a very involved ritual, initiation ceremony, wherein the candidate was led blindfolded, bound by a rope to the edge of the magic circle.
And the rope is around your neck and you're leaned forward. And up front, at the eastern end of the building, is a person who's a worshipful master. And you kneel down before him as if he were a god.
You were met by the high priest or high priestess at that time, usually with a sword to your chest.
When I went to enter the lodge, a sharp object was put to my left breast. And I was warned that should I reveal any of the secrets of Freemasonry, to know what to expect.
When you're presented before the high priest, a sword is held against your chest, and you actually take a blood oath, promising to remain faithful to the secrets of witchcraft.
Well, when you are in the room, this blindfold is taken away from you, and this is a time when they say that you're coming from darkness into light.
During the initiation ceremony, the initiate is led by the lieutenant of the high priest and is challenged at the edge of the circle by someone saying, "Who goes there?" And the answer is, "One from the world of darkness."
In Masonry, the prayers are ended with "So mote be."
Oh, and one of the other aspects of, or distinctives of the craft was that we would always end any spell or ritual where we released the power, this is where the power was released, with the word "So mote it be."
By now, this should sound like a stupid question, but why do you think that the initiation ceremonies into witchcraft are almost identical to that of Freemasonry? I'm not even going to answer that. Come on, people, wake up with me. Here's Kylie Minogue, a Freemason, okay? Hidden hand of Freemasonry and the one-eye symbolism of the god of her religion. Now here she is giving the vow of silence, but what the masses fail to see is what's written on the book she's holding. Witchcraft, the royal art of Freemasonry. This is what her vow of silence is referring to in the picture. Yes, Kylie Minogue is a witch. And if you're still that deluded by the magic wand that is television, entertainment, movies, media, and whatnot, then you'll no doubt fail to use the incredible eyes that God gave you, from which to see the real world with, the evil world, where Satanists are at the helm. The ban on witchcraft was only officially lifted in England in the 50s, after more than 1,500 years. So that tells you who's in control now. And when I give you a glimpse into witchcraft in a minute, you'll see why it's evil and why it should be anything but legal, even when using it for so-called good, because the well they draw from is poisoned. But thanks to propaganda, the craft of the witch has been absorbed into the realm of fantasy. Justin Timberlake here is also referring to magic in this cover art, with the all-seeing eye looking through the number of their god. Magic. Magic is a much smoother and more acceptable word than witchcraft, that other word. That word still retains its ferociousness, its true character, but that word has been sterilized. That word isn't real to you anymore. You can't feel it for what it really is. Or if you do, your mind has isolated it, confined it to some small groups of unimportance scattered here and there over this diverse world. And so it's nothing to be feared or concerned about. But that's the furthest thing from the truth. Now, some witches want to say that witchcraft isn't Satanism. That's either more delusion or misdirection, as confirmed here by Anton LaVey in the Companion to the Satanic Bible, when speaking of the followers of the Witchcraft Not Satanism school. He writes very accurately that they cannot afford to admit to an affinity with anything that bears the name Satan. He knows where the power of witchcraft comes from. Now, does that mean that Justin Timberlake is a Satanist because of his symbolism and the use of his word alluding to witchcraft in his artwork? Well, yes, actually, that's correct. He is. Here's a quote from one of his songs. You want to see who else is in good company with these famous idols? Suzanne Atkins. Same sign, same religion, Satanism. Do they all have to admit it in the English language for you to believe me? Or can the symbols they use finally be enough for you? Look at what another legendary Freemason, Arthur E. Waite, states. Out of evil comes good. And the confusion of tongues gave rise to the ancient practice of Masons conversing without the use of speech. Out of evil comes good, so it's good to do evil. That's what he's saying. See, I'm trying to include you into the conversation that the Freemasons are having with each other in public via symbolism, unbeknownst to you. Listen to what famous US footballer Tom Brady said regarding his wife.
So, man, I listened to her. And right after the game, she said, see, I did a lot of work. You do your work, I do mine. She said, you're lucky you married a witch. I'm just a good witch.
Let's go to the next video. I got something nice for y'all. Hold on. Or should I go back? Let's see what I got for y'all real quick. I got another something for y'all. I ain't finished. Let's see. So building on that, what we just finished watching right there, it's showing you exactly how Satanism, Luciferians, have basically hijacked, you know, this damn planet right now. It's time for people to wake up. Little by little, slowly. Okay, so where are we going next? I think we're gonna go right here. Nah. I ain't gonna do that to y'all. Y'all want some Marina Abramovich? Y'all want some Michelle LeMay? Let me know. I'll play it, but I'm not sure if y'all want me to go there right now. But matter of fact, yeah, this is Eyes Wide Shut, right? Part 2. I might as well go there. Let's go right here. Let's let y'all know what's going on. Okay. Let's get back to it. Why are they sacrificing these people?
When these people come out here to sacrifice somebody, what's their goal? Like,
Power.
what are they gaining from it?
Power. They maintain their power. They're already rich. They make sure that they maintain their power. But what they really are after is something that money can't buy. It's use. I mean, okay, you can put all the cream you want on your face and you can have all the surgery you want. It doesn't give you use. Real use is through specific rituals and through the harvesting of blood, and blood that was harvested through fear and pain, torture. That gives a special quality to blood. And this blood, in every single culture that has practiced blood sacrifice, they know that the more pain you inflict on the person you sacrifice, the better it is. It gives you more power. That's what you call adrenaline. Okay, and I will not, you probably, if you are interested in those stories about a certain product that's being used or not by wealthy people that's based on adrenaline, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Easily. Yeah, just connect the dots. That's easy. And also, please read books. That's very important. You don't get to that level of knowledge without reading books. You won't find the truth on TikTok. You won't find the truth on random articles you've read online. You have to go to the source. You have to read old books. You have to read stuff about mythology. You have to read stuff about pagan gods. You have to read the Bible, because you can't quote the Bible without reading the Bible. Even I have read the Bible. I know what I'm talking about. So you have to read all the books. You have to build your knowledge and be aware of the signs when you see them. That's important.
And to tie up this whole thing, so when they're doing these sacrifices, it's coming after these people have been tortured and like beaten and abused to drive the adrenaline up.
Yeah.
So that ties into the torture house of the family that we're going to talk about.
Yeah.
And the guy literally right there who was torturing people on camera before killing them.
Exactly.
My investigation has revealed that this is all linked to a ritual. I believe somebody in an occult was drugging my daughter Jessie for a year before she went missing. I believe that she was killed June 20th, 2016, because it was a full moon and the summer solstice at the same time. And then the next day was Lilith. Lilith is a holiday that the occult does celebrate, and it requires a human sacrifice. I had a person say to me that if I looked around at the environment and looked at the seasons, I would see a pattern. And as I looked and did more research, realized that it was very specific and that people went missing on very specific days throughout the whole year.
My mom thinks everything's connected to other missing persons cases. Like it's a big web. A lot of the times she'll say things like,
I believe that Jessie was tortured for the drug adrenochrome. Adrenochrome is a chemical that our body produces when we are extremely fearful or have a lot of distress. It gives you strength, it gives you vitality. And the people that killed Jessie are harvesting that from other people. And when you drink it, it gives you euphoria and power. A gang member told me later that he had a video of her death. He told me that Jessie had been killed, that her body had been put into a barrel and set on fire. The police do have a part of that video. I believe that the police are protecting her killer.
1600, please. As your attorney, I advise you to take a hit out of the little brown bottle in my shaving kit. You won't need much. Just a tiny taste.
What's of it? Ah, there it is. What is this?
That stuff makes pure mescaline seem like ginger beer, man. Adrenochrome.
Adrenochrome?
Hello. Hi, Lucy. God bless. Yeah, it's me. What? Hell no. I taught the a lesson he'll never forget. What? No, not dead. But he won't be bothering anybody for a while. Yeah, I left him out there. I stomped him and pulled all his teeth out.
I remember thinking, Jesus, what a terrible thing to lay on somebody with a head full of acid.
But we have a problem. That cashed a bad check downstairs and gave you as a reference. They'll be looking for both of you. Yeah, I know, Lucy, but you can't judge a book by its cover. Some people are just basically rotten. Anyway, the last thing in the world you want to do is call this hotel again. They'll trace the call and put you straight behind bars. No, I'm moving to the Tropicana right away. I'll let you know what it is, and I gotta get off. I really have this phone tap, baby. Yeah, I know, it's horrible, but it's all over now. Oh my God, there's someone at the door. There's someone at the door. Hey! Hey! I'm innocent! It was Duke! It was Duke! It was Duke! It was Duke! Well, that's that. That's the last we should be hearing from Lucy, man. She's probably stuffing herself down the incinerator about now. You know what we need? We need some opium.
Well, Christine, this is an amazing story of survival and one that allows us to see just how easily a young girl can become a victim of human trafficking.
Immediately when I got in the car,
I knew something was off.
Simone Miller was only 16 when she was kidnapped and trafficked by a man she had just met.
He was just like, I'm a pimp and you're my hoe and I'm going to take you somewhere. You're going to be given instructions on what to do and running is not an option.
She was taken to a hotel where other women were being held. Simone says the man who told her he was a rapper when she first met him warned her if she tried to escape, he would kill her mother and her grandmother.
If anybody knows me, like that's like my weakness, you know, because like my family is all I have.
As days went by, Simone was desperate to get out of this situation.
What can I do? What can I do? And I played along and I had him thinking like I'm okay with it. You know, I put on this red lingerie.
The pimp let his guard down, and when he took a shower and left his cell phone on the bed, Simone made a quick phone call to her mother.
And I said, Mom, and she said, baby, where are you? And I said, I don't know. I don't know where I'm at, Mom. She just said, tell me what you see, Simone. I said, I'm like looking out the window of this hotel. I said, I see like a 7-Eleven. She's like, okay, what else do you see? I said, like I don't know, a Church's chicken. She's like, okay.
Somehow, with that brief description, her entire family hit different locations, searching for Simone until they found her outside.
So now, let's get into this part. I know there's been a lot of commotion going on for the last few days about this one right here. But you got to understand what's going on here. Like this Diddy party freak off thing, like I always say, is not a Diddy party. If you read the titles for a lot of my videos, it's a Marina Abramovich party. It's a Michelle Lamai party. It's a Rick Owens party. It's a Jacob Rothschild party. It's a one of them type parties. It's a philanthropist party. Yeah, Odd Fellowship party. That secret society, yeah. And as you see the steps that I took y'all through, y'all see exactly what this is all about. Y'all see exactly what this is all about. Howling Part 2. I mean, do I gotta play? Matter of fact, let me go play that. Hold on, people. Y'all gotta see that. To overstand this, y'all gotta see that. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Because I went live yesterday. And I played it yesterday. And when I play it, yeah, it don't have my logo in it, but it's it is gonna give y'all the picture of what I'm trying to get y'all to visualize in your mind. Hold on. I'm going through my history real quick, people. Okay, here we go. I'm like right there. All right. We're getting close, people. You know what the word is. Here we go. Is it? Here it is. Which one is that? Nah, hold on. I'm still looking for it, people. This one is gonna be interesting. Hold on. Okay, getting close. Okay, that's when I was looking up Venom. Yes. Okay, bang. There we go. Now, which one is it? I'm gonna upload up both the videos. Okay, that one. And what's okay, there we go. All right. So here we go. Before I go back to that tab, you got to understand this tab. Okay. All right. So. All right, so I'm gonna just mute it for the moment, so at least I could talk while you're watching it. Well, actually, nah. I'm gonna mute myself because y'all already get the picture. I'm gonna just let y'all watch it. Notice she old as hell, right? Okay. Well, we was talking about adrenochrome, right? All right. Sound like some Elizabeth Bathory type shit, right? We gonna get Cradle of Filth, Danny Filth deep into this right now. Let's go. That's gotta be the baddest white damn biatch I have ever seen. Sorry. She bad. She bad. She bad. I remember growing up seeing this movie. Like, listen, she kicked Angelina Jolie ass like she the Salma Hayek or a white chick. I'm sorry. But anyway, let's get back to the regularly scheduled programming. As you see how that orgy went down and the blood ritual, the blood sacrifice and things like that. So
like they couldn't remember.
I need y'all to overstand this. No, I'm not going there. Yeah, we coming here. We coming here. Okay. So I'm going to need y'all to overstand that. Okay, hold on. Trying to see if I can find this part. Now, I don't know if any of you know about Marina Abramovich and some of the things that she's done. Is gonna get... Oh, hold on. Just in case if you don't know.
Small table with a bottle of red wine, a jar of honey, a razor plate, a little spoon, and a whip, like a leather whip.
I was cutting the Time 5-point star for that TV program on body art. He really helped me to heal my wounds. He take care of them. He put the gauze. He was really somebody I trust him right away.
I went to her and I looked at the star. She was a little exhausted, of course. I mean, Marina is extremely strong. She can have a lot, especially things she self-inflicts. She can have a lot. And then I started nursing her wounds. And I think that was the touch. Titled Thomas Lips.
When I met Ulay in 1975.
And as she told me,
that was the two people being in love and doing their work. And straight from the car from where we park and live, we went in. And from that all ideas came. And we really will mix ideas together. And we...
Emotional or psychological or frustrated outbursts, but also together. And, well, I don't know how a shrink would think about it, but it helped very much the two of us to do in our private life.
And looking now back, this relation was extremely important for history of performance art. They're all historical pieces, and I think that they came out of the amazing mixture of our existence, our love for each other, and incredibly dedicated work. We really was going into this with all our force.
Well, I'm not sure whether what we demonstrated to a broader audience would be a remedy to keep relations going, or what was more shocking. Certainly many of the early performances of Marina and mine for I think from after 1980, 81, the Ulay Abramovich
The only thing they missing is calling each other bitch, motherfucker, bitch, motherfucker. That smacking game is serious between them. This is sadistic. Hold the fuck up. Let's keep watching.
I think there was lots of different already signs that I could not see or read that of his unhappiness about our being overexposed, our travel too much, that our life become just, work and work and work. Piece I made in those days, it was Balkan Baroque. And this was in time of the Balkan Wars. The knife is not a knife, and the blood is just ketchup. In the performance, the blood is the material, and the razor blade or knife is the tool. The mental of gray hair. All right? Please take your blindfolds. Welcome to the performance world. First of all, let's explain what is the performance. So many artists, so many different explanations, but my explanation of performance is very simple. Performance is mental and physical construction that performer make in a specific time, in the space, in the front of audience, and then energy dialogue happen. The audience and the performer make the piece together. And the difference between performance and theater is huge. In the theater, the knife is not a knife, and the blood is just ketchup. In the performance, the blood is the material, and the razor blade or knife is the tool. It's all about being there in the real time, and you can't rehearse performance because you can't do many of these times things twice, ever. Which is very important, the performance is, all the human beings razor blade and cut my neck with one bullet. Is a table. A young girl, age 23. And there is a young girl, aged, it's 1974. Now, let's go back in time. It's 1974. There is the gallery somewhere in the world. And there is a young girl, age 23, standing in the middle of the space. In the front of her is a table. On the table, there are 76 objects for pleasure and for the pain. Some of objects are a glass of water, a coat, a shoe, a rose, but also the knife, the razor blade, the hammer, and the pistol with one bullet. There is instructions which says, I'm an object. You can use everything on the table on me. I'm taking all responsibility, even killing me. And the time is 6 hours. The beginning of this performance was easy. People will give me a glass of water to drink. They give me rose. But after, very soon, there was a man take the scissor and cut my clothes. And then they will take the thorns of the rose and stick in my stomach. Somebody take a razor blade and cut my neck and drink the blood. And I still have the scarf. The women will tell the man what to do. And the men didn't rape me because it was just a normal opening, and there was art public, and they're with their wives. They carry me around and put on the table and put a knife between my legs. And somebody took the pistol and put the bullet and put against my temple. And another person take the pistol and they start fight. And after 6 hours was finished, I start walking towards the public. I was a mess. I was half naked. I was full of blood and tears was running in my face. And everybody escaped. They just ran away. They could not confront myself with myself as a normal human being. And then what happened is I went to the hotel. It was at 2 in the morning. And I looked myself in the mirror, and I had a piece of gray hair. All right? Please take your blindfolds. Welcome to the performance world. First of all, let's explain what is the performance. So many artists, so many different explanations, but my explanation of performance is very simple. Performance is mental and physical construction that performer make in a specific time in the space in the front of audience, and then energy dialogue happen. The audience and the performer make the piece together. And the difference between performance and theater is huge. In the theater, the knife is not the knife, and the blood is just ketchup. In the performance, the blood is the material, and the razor blade or knife is the tool. This is all about being there in the real time, and you can't rehearse performance because you can't do many of these times things twice, ever.
Okay, so as you see, what's going on with her? Yeah, I wanted you to hear about her having those things on the table. Okay? I wanted you to hear about her having those different things on a plate, on a table, knife, gun, all these other different things. And you gotta, okay? There's a reason why, because I want you to take that you know about her. And when you hear this P. Diddy chick telling you the same thing about Bill Cosby and all of them, and some people think it's kind of crazy for that shit to happen, but you gotta realize. And when you see how many of these people that Marina Abramovich and Michelle LeMay is around and controlling, well, yeah, it would make more sense to y'all. They've been shaping the industry and the politicians for like 50 years. Go check their history. But we're gonna get to that piece right there. Hold on. Gonna get to that piece right there. But I'm trying to check for something. Okay. Before we get to that, I need to show you this picture. Okay. All right, so we are here. This is a Marina Abramovich party. Bring it back some. Hold on. Yeah. Hold on. Oh, yeah. Now, yeah. Now, peep this. I want y'all to realize something here. Yeah, that's the werewolf queen that you seen in that ritual. That this is her right here, Michelle LeMay. Yeah, she the werewolf queen. She Kali Ma. Okay. Now, let's go on a little bit more. She's also Rick Owens' wife, but let's go on a little bit more. Okay. Now, as we see here, you know what I'm saying? What kind of exhibit is this? You get what I'm saying? And I want you to notice something. There's children at these events. There's children that are, some of them are on the table. Some of them are even in that little pool. But hold on, let's go. Children are at these events. Children are at these events. Yes, same. Children are at these events. Yes. Children are, and they're eating off, like listen. If y'all don't know that, it's yeah. Lilith? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Let's keep going. Michelle Lamai, Rick Owens' wife, Marina Abramovich, and Lady Gaga. Children there. Yes. Children there. Children there. Behold the pale white horse, as you see the harlot riding upon her beast. Go watch Howling Part 2. That same shit I just played for y'all. This, yeah, I'm telling you. Yeah, top witches in the game. I'm gonna see if I got that. I gotta check to see if I got it on this page. You gotta see my queen of the damn shit. You gotta know who them two witches was that turned Akasha and her mate into vampires. You gotta learn about them two witches. Don't be surprised. Yeah, don't be surprised if that's still them. Listen, ritual about to happen. Anyway, so let's keep it going. Let's keep looking. I don't know why I stopped it. Okay. That's Blondie. That's Blondie, the one that sings the song. Yeah. Got a head on the table. That's a real head. Wait, go back. I don't know if y'all noticed. Let me zoom in for y'all. That's a real head, though. Look, it's not a head that's on the table. It's a body that's under the table, and they have holes in the table you can stick your head up through it. And I guess you'll be kneeling down the whole fucking time as people eat. Like, how uncomfortable is that? Okay. It ain't the only head. I mean, there's heads everywhere. I'm just giving y'all a heads up on this. Let's see what else we got. There go Gwen Stefani. She like, yeah, let me get a picture of the nipple. The nipple. Look. They all enjoying shit like this until they gotta explain they fucking self. Kids at these fucking events. Who the fuck is on the damn table? Kids, teenagers, all of that fucking shit. What kind of shit is this? Hold on, let's keep scrolling down. Hold on. More heads. Keep going down, man. Yeah, Gwen Stefani, Marina Abramovich. This is a Marina Abramovich event. Yeah, let me keep going down. I'm gonna fuck y'all head up real quick. Yeah, that's human bodies on the table. Yeah. We're gonna get there. I'm fast forwarding to there. You can come to my page on YouTube. I got like 5 different pages. But you see the name of this page. You can come back to this page here on YouTube. And yeah, find this video and watch this whole shit. Show it to your friends. Subscribe to all my pages. Show it to your friends. Tell them, give it thumbs up and subscribe. Share it to the world. Put the world on to stuff like this. They need to know. Like Doja Cat said, I need to know. Yeah, they need to know. Look at this. On tables. Yeah, hold on. Let me scroll down some more. Yeah, and look, this ain't no joke. And they eating around this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they all in a circle. They're all in a pentacle. They're all in a pentacle with a pentagram in the middle. I mean, because that's a 5-point star. Arm, leg, arm, head. That's a female. It's not a 6-point star. A man with a penis. That's a female. That's a pentacle right there. A circle. Come on. With a pentacle. Listen. If y'all don't understand symbology, what's going on here? All these people is there. All your fucking favorite top people. Sorry for cursing, children, but this is explicit shit. You need to see this. Save the kids. Save your children. Save yourselves. Yeah, she got her eyes open and everything. She looking straight at you. Could I have a glass of water too? Oh, I forgot. I can't get up. I have to lay down here. Yeah, how old is she? Them titties look quite young. Them titties look quite young. Listen, how old is she? Listen, how old is she? How old is she? Yeah, she looking at you. She was looking at you. She, hello, hello. That's what she said. Yeah, look at this skeleton on top of them. I'm just saying, well, what's the purpose of this? Table 34. I know Gwen. Me and Gwen Stefani. We were sitting at table 60. That's how it started off, right? Me and Gwen was sitting at table 60. And now we over here sitting at table 35. Now we sitting at table 35. Okay? Getty Images. What did Ali Carter tell you? Yeah. Underground tunnels, Hollywood, the Getty. Yeah. Metropolitan Club, Met Gala. Come on. Where a lot of these things happen. These rituals happen. P. Diddy's house is Hugh Hefner's old house. Yeah. Everybody had to go to Hugh Hefner's house when you got into Hollywood, sports, entertainment, all of that, models, politicians. Everybody had, oh, look at Beyonce and Marina Abramovich. She's at the table with Marina. She's at the table with Marina Abramovich. Abramovich. She's a witch. Go watch that movie, Vitch. And if you don't know, listen, go watch the movie Vitch by A24. You get me? Yeah, Vitch. And if you do not know about the molecular structure of the Wahl, it's because Germans, I don't know, I'm just saying what they say. They can't pronounce the W, so it's the V. Instead of wall, it's Wahl. You get me? So, listen, there's certain things that I can't pronounce because of my accent. I'm Caribbean and Sudanese. You get me? Anyway, so what? Roberto Tuski? You know what I'm saying? It was at this party. If we go back, let me go find Roberto Tuski. There you go. Roberto Tuski, right there next to Beyonce. Yeah, it was at his birthday party. I think it was 2001 or 2000, one of them years. That's when a lot of these damn Aaliyah was at his party. There was a lot of things going down at his party. A lot of crazy ritualistic stuff, eyes wide shut stuff, and a lot of people got paired up on some eyes wide shut stuff to become puppets in the Hunger Games to give you a Truman Show. So this way they can spirit cook you for the 2030 agenda. Reset, you know. Yeah. Odd Fellowship, Dog City, Odd Fellowship, Jewish Philanthropists, Enlightenment Movement, Industrial Revolution, Enlightenment Movement, the Inner Light, Lucifer, the Bearer of Light, Lucifer, the Light Bearer, Lucifer, the Holder of Light, Lucifer, the Giver of Light. Listen, y'all gotta know what's going on here. What's light used for? Light is used to blind you. I mean, yeah, because they want you to light up the room, but light is really used to blind you. They use that inner light to blind you. You know, that inner information that they have, they're not going to give you that real outformation. You know what I'm saying? They're going to just give you some understanding of some shit. They want you to be under the influence. They don't want you to have an overstanding so you can be over their influence, like you got over that shit. Oh, I mastered that shit. Yeah, get over shit. Yeah, I overstand shit. You want to be able to overstand things. So this way, that means, what does overstand mean? It means that you fully comprehend something. That's what it means. If you have an understanding, means that you have an idea of it, but you know, like Most people, they understand how machines work, but can you work the fucking machine? Can you put it together? Can you build one? No, you can't. You need to read the instruction manuals and all this other shit. But when you read the instruction manual, or you go to school or study different things that has to deal with that, then you gain an overstanding to a point that you know how to run it, you know how to build one, and if it breaks, you know how to fix it. Just plain and simple. So in this world, they want to leave you handicapped. And if they leave you handicapped, well, then the magician can sit there and just take over you and do whatever he wants to do with your mind, because you have a careless mind. And what does the word nigga mean? Nigga means ignorant. Ignorant means to what? To ignore the facts, right? So they say ignorance is bliss, right? Yo, listen. Buddha's stuck in meditation all day, ain't paying attention to nothing going on. You know what I'm saying? Old lady over there getting raped, Buddha minding his own business. He trying to stay stuck in meditation. He trying to hold up bliss. He on some blissful shit, ignoring what the fuck going on in the world because he's stuck insane in the membrane. But, you know what I'm saying? Like, a real person gonna step out there and be like, yo, chill, that shit ain't good, you know? Now, maybe not all the time. It depends on how the situation go, but I'm just saying, like, we all got a heart. You know what I mean? So, but when it comes to these people in this industry, they do not have a heart. I'm going to tell you that much. They're sick individuals, and they have no type of, oh, there goes Bjork. Bjork, one of my favorite artists. Okay. Hold on. Yeah, we're going to come back to this. We're going to get into her. Right there. 2 Asians right there. I don't know if they're Asian, but we're going to get into them later. I'm going to have a whole nother show on them. You got to check the Asian Bling show also. But, okay, so y'all have, oh yeah, just in case y'all didn't know. Hold on. Just in case, yeah, Janelle Monáe's up in this too. Just in case y'all, just in case y'all don't know, Marina and Michelle LeMay touch everybody. Yes.
And then
Allie Carter. And this is the Marina Abramovich event. I have the videos, people. Beyond pictures, I have the videos. So you must subscribe to my page if you want to see all these different things, okay? Let's skip past that. Okay, so now.
see all the people running? They're ducking and hiding because everybody knows that there is children there. But we're still not talking about the kids yet. When are we going to talk about the kids? Everybody's demanding something from the victims. Why aren't you demanding it from the news? You know he's about to turn into another Epstein, and then the list follows, and it circles back into a web. So why isn't anybody demanding any information on the kids? Huh? Where'd that supply chain come from? Do you think that thousands of bottles worth of baby oil was for thousands of who? $65,000 worth of hot dogs and pizza was for who? Over the border was for who? Child Protective Services is your supplier. Is anybody going to talk about that?
Y'all, Allison's dedication to exposing the truth seems to be undeniable.
Hey, what's up? You having a good time tonight? Oh, man.
Peep this. This is Allie Carter at an event, and she with Will Smith. Yeah, she was in the Run This Town video. Also, y'all could check. But she had with Will Smith. And it's like Will Smith trying to hide her too also. But anyway, let's peep this. Just watch. Allie Carter's going to be over here, right behind Will Smith. Okay? Yo, I mean, you can't miss her. Wow, is that Be Real? Insane in the Membrane? Yo, I just said that shit just a little while ago. Insane in the Membrane as a joke. And they go Be Real from Cypress Hills. Insane in the Membrane with everybody's favorite white chick growing up in the 90s. Karma Electra. You know. Everybody's favorite chick from the 80s was the one who I just showed you a little while ago from Howland Part 2. Sturba. You know, Sybil Downing. Yeah. But anyway, besides all of that, you know what I'm saying, I'm here just don't mind my comedic side. It's just to bring some type of good feel to this, because a lot of this stuff ends up being like depressing and stuff. So don't mind my personality. I'm just here to make y'all laugh at times. You get what I'm saying? And I know I'm not funny half the time anyway, but hey, just bear with me. Let me shut my mouth. But just watch her. Okay, here we go.
Truth seems to be undeniable.
Hey, what's up? You having a good time tonight? Oh man, I'm having a ball.
Here's a general question for you. What is the best part about being famous?
The best part about being famous? You know, I guess when people like you, it just gives you good self-esteem when people appreciate your music. And you know, oh, well, you hear that? That means things are starting. Huh? Why won't get the million?
Now she on this side. See, she right there. You see, that's Allie Carter. So now you know who we looking at. Now I'm just gonna run it back one more time, and so you could have an idea of what you're looking for. Okay.
What is the best part about being famous?
The best part about being famous? You know, I guess when people like you, it just gives you good self-esteem when people appreciate your music. And you know, oh, well, you hear that? That means things are starting. Huh?
Why won't get the million man march?
I was.
Are you worried? Why not? Why does it ever start in Hollywood? Don't get first by marrying actors.
Huh?
You are now being number one man. You know that.
Oh, well, you know, I'm just working hard. I'm just working hard.
But you've had an amazing summer. You are the star right now. What does that feel like?
Oh, well, you know, this Men in Black was huge, and people really enjoyed it, and I had the music with it. You know, it just feels good to have everything come together like that.
So you're being confident because you're all photographer. How do you feel about this issue?
I was at the Million Man March.
Hi, my name is Allison Leilani Carter. In 2021, we did a live interview with Maria Z. We went viral in 2020. We tried to do a case against Riverside County Child Protective Services because Riverside County, do you hear me? Riverside County Child Protective Services was involved in my trafficking. And I told you guys in that Maria Z interview in 2021 that no one tells on Diddy. P. Diddy. All right? Just
underground tunnels where she was moved through. And there have been a lot of rumors about Diddy underground. This is connected. The very first time she spoke out, she spoke about there being underground tunnels where she was moved through. And there have been a lot of rumors about Diddy allegedly having these underground tunnels that run to the Playboy Mansion. And the Playboy Mansion does have underground tunnels. Here is the blueprint of the Playboy Mansion that they made showing the underground tunnels underneath the mansion. And I blew this up a little bit more for you guys because back in the day, it actually led to celebrities' houses. Allie Carter has just made an affidavit of truth that she turned over to the feds against Diddy and other celebrities about how she was allegedly abused at a Playboy Mansion party. As you can see, here's Diddy's name here and others such as Birdman, Denzel Washington, and Young Jock. In this document, she speaks about how she was a party favor and how other children were there as party favors as well, and how they were set on a table and had to wait for people to come and choose them. She explained how once these people were done with what they were doing, and I have to watch what I say, but you guys get what I'm saying, they would be placed back on the table for someone else to choose them. She explains how these parties turned into a whole frenzy once the DJ started music and turned on the flashing lights. And then she explains how there was things at this party called body cakes, and it means that these would be on the table and people would put food on them and then they would eat off them. Y'all, I just seen a footage of Diddy doing this at a white party that he held back in the 2000s. She explains in this affidavit that they would bring in animals like donkeys and burros, and they had to have physical relationships with them as these people watched. And her and another girl ended up throwing up, and they rubbed their faces in it as punishment. Allie Carter also told us that she had physical evidence against Diddy and some of these other celebrities, and she took a picture of this, also showing proof that she turned in physical evidence.
I was at a Diddy party. I was one of the party favors. But I told you, nobody tells on Diddy. Maria Z, I did that interview in 2021, 7 months ago. We made sure, I already knew, that Diddy and Oprah is about to get arrested. I already knew that 7-8 months ago. We went and made sure there were sworn documents. We have them. When we went to Colorado for the A to Z event, we had a lot of legal evidence that we made sure we already had because we knew a list of people were about to get got. You can't run for that long. I'm just shocked we're finally seeing the day. Do you understand that their music is their diary? All these rappers, they're telling you what they did. The music, it's telling you what they did. The comedy and the art is a reflection of life. I got a reflection of life for you.
Let's be clear. You federal prosecutors, you have video surveillance from Diddy's house from 2008. Look in that 2008, 2010 span, you'll find her video there. You want to send it over? She'll say, yeah, that's me.
Allie Carter also made a video just recently speaking a little bit about the Diddy party. So I'm about to roll y'all this clip, and you guys let me know what you guys think about all this in the comments.
Diddy parties. Those are assault parties. And I was one of the kids that was one of the party favors. And a party favors means that you're set on top of a table and you're used as a toy for anybody who comes across the table or who wants to party at a certain time of night when the music stops and then the DJ starts flashing all these lights and they close the doors. And then everybody turns into like a frenzy and starts going into a crazed animal-like demonic state, and you have no idea what's going on. And yes, there was a time where I was just like completely don't give a shit because it happened, and I was the type of kid that thought that, you know, you're in the presence of royalty and they make it seem like you're in the presence of Hollywood, so you should be honored and you should be appreciating that you're there. And I was that person. I totally acted like that. I was like, oh, it's fine, you know.
So tonight, I'm actually asking you from now on, we're going to remain silent. It only lasted all sorts of high and
What was the card, Joe?
Now, I just want to play this little clip from her where she spoke about little people.
This got going on. This corner, they over here doing this. This corner, they over there having sex. This corner, I'm just going to say, because I don't know what I can say, because I'm not trying to be incriminating myself, but they were dressed up like little Harajuku Barbies.
Like what?
Little people, okay? We're not going to say what type of little people, but like a fetish. And I'm looking like, what are they doing here? like dressed up, little red lipstick, like they weren't supposed to be there. But I'm just looking like maybe it's some type of production going on. But why would they be at this party at 7:00 in the morning with grown people? Like why would they be here? So I was just like, okay, whatever. Like, but then when I'm looking in this corner, this person laid out, and I'm looking like, what's going on? Then I'm seeing like Instagram models or whatever. I'm like, oh hey, so I'm kind of getting distracted, feeling like kind of comfortable. Like she's here. Oh my gosh, she's here. And then I see P. Diddy, walking through the house like with his eyes on me, like like. Is this, you see, like, are you agreeing? Like, they weren't supposed to be there. I'm not trying to be, I'm seeing see what this house is about. Walk up in there. I don't judge people because at the time I was just smoking weed. But when people are out of their mind, and when people, what you don't want to be a part of. And it's just like, I'm seeing stuff that you see on the movies. This corner, this got going on. This corner, they over here doing this. This corner, they over there having sex. This corner, I'm just going to say, because I don't know what I can say, because I'm not trying to be incriminating myself, but they were dressed up like little Harajuku Barbies.
Like what?
Little people, okay? We're not going to say what type of little people, but like a fetish. And I'm looking like, what are they doing here? Like dressed up, little red lipstick, like they weren't supposed to be there. But I'm just looking like maybe it's some type of production going on. But why would they be at this party at 7:00 in the morning with grown people? Like why would they be here? So I was just like, okay, whatever. Like, but then when I'm looking in this corner, this person laid out, and I'm looking like, what's going on? Then I'm seeing like Instagram models or whatever. I'm like, oh hey, so I'm kind of getting distracted, feeling like kind of comfortable. Like she's here. Oh my gosh, she's here. And then I see P. Diddy, walking through the house like with his eyes on me, like like.
Like, like, yeah, She telling y'all what's up. Marina Abramovich and Lord Jacob Rothschild. It's the guy that runs the world banking system and all of that. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. In front of a picture called Summoning Satan. Yeah. These niggas look like devils. They ain't from here. They're from the bowels of the earth, the inner earth. You know what I'm saying? Agatha, whichever way you want to pronounce it. Yeah. Shambhala. That's where they at. These beings come from somewhere. They're flugeroids. Rothschild is definitely a flugeroid. Y'all know what that is. Y'all got to check my videos. Symbolism is everything, people. Okay. Symbolism is everything, people. Symbolism is everything. Okay, so back to this clip right here. Okay, got something for y'all. Hold on. Back to this clip. We're getting back to here. Okay. Let me close that. Let me close this. Okay, now let's get to this. Because now this part should be able to make more sense to y'all, since y'all seen all of that Marina Abramovich stuff and all of the pictures and all of the things that she's a part of. Okay. Must I remind you guys? Get what I'm saying? So now this part right here should make more sense. Let's get into it. Just got to remind y'all what
Leather whip.
I was cutting the time 5-point star for that TV program on body art. He really helped me to heal my wounds. He take care of them. He put the gauze. He was really somebody I trust him right away.
I went to her and I looked at the star. She was a little exhausted, of course. I mean, Marina is extremely strong. She can have a lot, especially things she self-inflicts. She can have a lot. And then I started nursing her wounds. And I think that was the
Yeah.
This arrow is pointing my heart. Unrehearsed performance, because you can't do. And I liberate myself from these fears as far as I can. And with this energy, I can go and push my body as far as I can. And then I liberate myself from these fears. And I'm your mirror. If I can do this for myself, you can do for you. After Belgrade, where I was born, in front of all the human beings are always afraid for very simple things. We are afraid of suffering. We are afraid of pain. We are afraid of mortality. So what I'm doing, I'm staging this kind of fears in the front of audience. I'm using your energy. And with this energy, I can go and push my body as far as I can. And then I liberate myself from these fears. And I'm your mirror. If I can do this for myself, you can do for you.
She using your energy. She's spirit cooking. See, this is at a TED Talk with Bill Gates and Rothschild and all these people. And just in case if y'all don't know, yeah, she spoke at a Rothschild event. Hold on. Let me just show y'all. Hold on. Hold on. Wait. Let me just show y'all. Hold on. Right here. I ain't got my logo on this one, but it's all right. Yeah.
Good evening. Marina Abramovich is one of the most important figures currently in the art world. She recently did a talk in Belgrade, the city of her birth, where she'd not had an exhibition since. We'll see how that works out.
So already when and then on the end of we're supposed to be there 6 days of gray hair in the shower and then drink the water and also block the sound. I would do some simple exercises. This is first, it was done in Milan. Wait for him, there was a fight, and after 6 hours, when the performance, when the guy was over at the time that I want to do performance, and I was not object anymore, I was, the gallerist came to me and said 6 hours is over. So then when the knife between, in my clothes, the cake, bell, the shoes, the chair, so very harmless, aggressive up in my body. They will hold me around the space, put me on the table, spread my legs, and put the knife between. The woman will do what it will say, man, what to do to me, and they will take tears off my eyes. So this went for 6 hours, and.
Okay, she said it stuck a knife in her vagina area. Okay. I just want y'all to hear all of that. So this way, when we get back to this, I want everything to make sense to you people. We talking about adrenochrome, right? Okay. We got to know what these kids is being used for. It's more than just freaky man type stuff. Real live Luciferian stuff. Let's go. All right. So now, this should make more sense to y'all.
I remember they had a tray, and on the tray, there was a knife, it was a corkscrew, it was a glass bottle, it was a candle, and it was a cigar on the tray. And I remember all of them had to stick it in me.
And also when she starts talking about kids in cages, or they're in cages and they started like hunting these kids, think about the movie, I think it's Ready or Not or something like that, and Invitation, and also think about the movie The Pest. You get what I'm saying? Go watch the movie The Pest with John Leguizamo. You're gonna see, all right, but let me let this play. So add the Pest in with Marina Abramovich, and yeah, you get this. Okay, yeah. So the Diddy party was really a Marina Abramovich, Michelle LeMay, and Rothschild Satanist party. Okay, yeah. So check this out.
I remember they had a tray, and on the tray, there was a knife, it was a corkscrew, it was a glass bottle, it was
a plate, a little spoon, and a whip, honey, with a bottle of red wine, a jar of honey, a razor plate, a little spoon, and a whip, like a leather whip.
I was cutting at that time 5-point star for that TV program on body art. He really helped me to heal my wounds. He take care of them. He put the gauze. He was really somebody I trust him right away.
I went to her and I looked at the start. She was a little exhausted, of course. I mean, Marina is extremely strong. She can have a lot, especially things she self-inflicts. She can have a lot. And then I started nursing her wounds. And I think that was the touch.
I remember they had a tray, and on the tray, there was a knife, it was a corkscrew, it was a glass bottle, it was a candle, and it was a cigar on the tray. And I remember all of them had to stick it in me. And I will never forget how Bill Cosby lit the cigar and put it out on my vagina, or on my face. I'm just yelling, I'm 13 in the picture. Like, I'm like, ee, on the pictures like that. I remember he snatched me off that table, put me in a dark room, and then I woke up again being anal, and it was like the whole party was fucking me. Like, when I come to, they looking at me like, when I look at certain celebrities, because he was having me in public, and she was the one to tell him, you need to stop having her in public. And then that's when he started locking me in the tunnels and taking me to the Playboy Mansion or hiding me at Bill Cosby house, but he'll move me through the tunnels. And the tunnels were in his room, and it was under the rug, but where his bed is on top of, but that's the entrance way to get in the tunnels. You know, they got my pictures out here.
With the food on you and they're eating off of you.
Yes.
How old were you in those photos?
I was 13. I didn't turn 14 till the end of that year. I don't turn, like, my birthday is in December. Need help. They got my pictures out here. Who put my pictures out here?
So Misha, yeah, definitely that part. Let's talk about those photos that's all over the internet. So basically that's you on the table with the food on you and they're eating off of you.
Yes.
How old were you in those photos?
I was 13. I didn't turn 14 till the end of that year. I don't turn, like, my birthday is in December. It's like it goes in and out. I remember trying to escape. I remember the brown children. I remember being locked in the cage with these brown kids. I don't know what race they were, but I know they looked at black, but they didn't speak English.
How many kids would you say was in there with you?
Had to be like 30 or 50 kids, but it kept getting smaller and smaller and smaller because they were hunting these babies. It got like, it was like, until I noticed it, I was just in the cage. But before they like took me out the cage and put me back in the cage, they had me these babies with them. I remember him shooting his baby. The baby had to be no more than 5 or 6. This boy, he hunts me in my dream, and he is the age he probably would have been now, but he hunts me in my dreams. Like when I have out of body experience, and like it's like he's chasing me. I remember he shot that baby, and I was like, I'm not gonna stop him. And he pop, pick up the knife. So I picked up, and I was just going like this. And the baby up had to be no more than 5 or 6, to be honest. He had me bathing them, feeding them, washing them off, and bathing them, feeding them. I remember me being in the cage. I kept letting them out the cage. I remember I kept opening the cage, letting them out, and like they used to have to get them and run after them, get them. I remember them being in there, and we was saying our names, and I was like Lamisha, and one said her name, and then she was talking in her language, and I didn't hear nothing, but she was like, fight. So every time we got out the cage, it was like we all, like when it was time to get ready, everybody having sex, that's when I started fighting back. I remember
I know it's hard. I know it's hard.
I remember they had a tray, and on the tray there was a knife, it was a corkscrew, it was a glass bottle, it was a candle, and it was a cigar on the tray. And I remember all of them had to stick it in me. And I will never forget how Bill Cosby lit the cigar and put it out on my vagina. Yes. I never came forward to his case or whatever, but you know, he had Jane Doe's, but that opened up all the old stuff that he been doing, you know? But I never came forward in that. Because my grandmother never took me, she never reported me missing, and she never took me to do a police report. And as I'm calling, getting help from these lawyers, it's like nobody can help me.
And what y'all gotta see too, because y'all didn't see it. I got clips in here. I got the whole thing on my page too, well, in another video. But what y'all to make it make sense with the grandmother thing is, yeah, her grandmother got paid for her. Her mother was like a crackhead, and so her grandmother was taking care of her. And yeah, but her grandmother was in on that whole thing. If you watch the beginning of the whole interview, but yeah. So, Eyes Wide Shut. What's the name of this show? The live that I'm doing? I think this is what Eyes Wide Shut. Yeah, Eyes Wide Shut. Who fucking the kids? The Watcher'z. Part 2, right? Okay. So, as you see, people, that it's a, like I said, it's a Marina Abramovich party. The same thing that you heard her say, all them things on the table that they had to stick on her, is the same thing that you heard Marina Abramovich say that she had on the table at her exhibits, and they have to stick things to her and through other people. You get what I'm saying? These are things exactly. And as you go in and she's talking, she said that there was this witchy lady that gave her some venom, and it made her like, you know, numb but coherent or whatever. But this witchy lady, and she was in a room with a red room with all mirrors and stuff like that, and there was a snake. Who we talking about? We talking about Marina Abramovich. Okay? That's who we talking about here. Well, that's who she talking about. That's who was there. You know what I'm saying? What do you think Hugh Hefner was used for? What do you think the CIA created LSD for and used that shit and put it out on the streets? And they had prostitutes, and the prostitutes used to give it to their clients. I told you the pimping game comes from the Masonic Lodge. Your highest pimps come from the fucking lodge. They in the lodge. This is organized fucking crime. In order to run the world, you got to play cops and robbers so you can control both sides. We all had a nice, peaceful day until they came over here with their conspiracizing asses and conspiracized on our asses. And now we got all these problems because of them. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. So, like I said, these elites and the purpose for it, these little kids, sex trafficking, adrenochrome. Go watch Blade Part 2. They got a whole blood bank. What is the purpose? Hold on. Let me hold on. I want to let this play in the background while I'm talking so you don't see no still image. But what do you think they take all that blood from you when you go to a goddamn doctor? They got to take all this damn blood from you. But when it comes to scientists and they got to go out there in the field and looking for samples of DNA, all it takes is like one little fucking microcillimeter of a fucking specimen. That's all they need, is like a half a droplet of a half 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 of a droplet of blood. And that's good enough for them to find out whatever the fuck they so-called need to know. But when it come to our ass, they need all this blood. When you get your tooth taken out at the fucking dentist, you can't even keep your tooth. Why I can't keep my tooth if you took the motherfucker out? These are things that we need to think about. You got to realize organized brainwashing and organized programming, because it, you know, in order they have to brainwash you to wash out the real you. Then they got to reprogram you for you to become what they want you to become, which is a blue collar person, you know, an abiding citizen. Now, I'm not saying that you should go out there and be a rude citizen, because we all want to live a nice, peaceful life. But I'm saying, abide by whose rules? So they telling me what nice is. So if I talk like how I'm talking right now, they're gonna say, "Oh yeah, you got mental health issues. Something's wrong. You seem angry." Like, you're taking away people's souls. You want everybody to talk like this AI fucking program that you got people running right now. Half the videos that we watch on the internet are AI run. Motherfuckers, they type in what the hell they want in the AI shit. I should know because I'm a part of this shit. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know me. I expose the truth even though I use the shit. But this is how it goes, right? Food for thought. But they copy and paste what they want inside the AI program. You choose whatever voice you want, or you could even record your voice into the AI, and the AI will take your voice and clone it, and whatever you type in, it'll put in there. But at the end of the day, the AI will not show your personality. It's going to be dry, boring, and dry eye. It's going to be that type shit. You're going to lose. We are going to lose our soul. Ain't nobody on this motherfucker going to be smiling. For what? Everybody on this motherfucker going to be moving like a news reporter. Ain't nobody smiling. And then it's going to be so bad that we're going to be like the what? The detectives and the goddamn police. You get what I'm saying? Go watch the movie, the fuck is the name of this shit? La Papala. With the professor and the when they was robbing a fucking bank. But the chick that he was, the chick, the officer lady, them off, they got no goddamn soul. But the professor made her laugh and made her find her soul again. You know what I'm saying? Now, even though he was a bad, but wait, erase everything that movie was about and just look at the morals, the spirits in that. And that's what we talking about. You hear what I'm saying? Marina Abramovich, that bitch don't smile. Y'all got to understand that what? She's highly intelligent, right? It takes intelligence to give you what? Knowledge, right? And they can present it to you in Satanism. What does the 5-point star pentagram have to do with liberation? What does her carving the pentagram in on her stomach or right above her vagina have to do with liberation for women? What kind of V for Vendetta shit is this going on? I told y'all V for Vendetta was a feminist movie. It was a feminist movie dressed up in something that we would like, which is V for Vendetta, the guy that's trying to take down the government. But most of it, like a good 40 minutes of that movie was about one of my favorite actors of all time, which I love, Natalie Portman. It was like 40 minutes of her going through Marina Abramovich torture. And they were sitting there putting the blame on Nazis and this and that. Like, they create these stories. Think about it. They create these things. And as you're looking at this is a TED Talk event. Bill Gates and all of these other different guys are talking at these events. Look at these people sitting in the chair. And these events that Marina Abramovich is having, there's children there. I showed you the picture of her, Lady Gaga, the little blood tub with the naked body in it, and they're licking their fingers with all of the stuff on it. And there's a little girl there. There's children there. What the fuck is they doing there? You see, that's what I'm saying. Y'all gotta realize what the fuckity fuck is going down. Okay, hold on. Let's go.
And I will never forget how Bill Cosby lit the cigar and put it out on my vagina. Yes. I never came forward to his case or whatever, but you know, he had Jane Doe's, but that opened up all the old stuff that he'd been doing, you know? But I never came forward in that. Because my grandmother never took me, she never reported me missing, and she never took me to do a police report. And as I'm calling, getting help from these lawyers, it's like nobody can help me. And like, I need help with a lawyer. Like, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, I know that's me. Like, I can provide pictures not the picture that they have, because they have the original. The police had the original copy of that picture of me. You know what I'm saying? They had the original copy of that picture of me. I remember he did what he did to me, and then when it was time for Jennifer Lopez, she was there with a guy, and he was standing there looking disgusted, but didn't nobody save me. She stuck that glass in me, and after that, but my eyes were booked the whole time, and they put a blindfold on me. I remember them beating the fuck out of me. I remember them hog tying me. I remember I remember them all being mad at me because I put snake venom in everybody's drinks and shit, because everybody acting like they couldn't remember. But when this witchy lady, she gave me she was in a red room, and the room had mirrors everywhere, and it was a yellow snake in the damn sink. She gave me the venom, and whatever she gave me, it made me still be numb. But whatever she gave me, it made me coherent. Like I was coherent to everything, but I still couldn't move. You know what I'm saying? And I put it in everything. And I remember Kris Jenner being mad about it, and I stabbed her on her left side of her shoulder, like right here. This is where I stabbed her, right there.
You know, the dinner party structure.
And let that keep playing. And like Ali Carter said, Child Protective Services, they're all a part of this. This is organized crime. This is all organized stuff. And when half the people get these jobs, half of them don't even know what they're really getting into. But once you get in the position and you're making money and you realize you got bills to pay, oh shit, how can you say no now? And then once you do certain messed up things, now they could blackmail you. Now, how can you say no now? If you get what I'm saying. You know, I tell you, these Masons in the lodge, they have no idea what the fuck they actually being set up for. You get what I'm saying? Because these Masons in the lodge, they ain't never going to benefit from what the Jews, Rothschild, Marina Abramovich, Michelle LeMay, any of these French, Bohemian, you get what I'm saying? Celtic, like the Masons, y'all not going to benefit off of anything that they got y'all doing right now for them. These rich families just sit back, and y'all Masons control the government system that these rich philanthropist families created while they sit back. These Morgans, these Rothschilds, these Rockefellers, and I can keep naming on and naming on and naming on. We could even go into let's talk about Shah Rukh Khan, Bollywood, India. If you don't know what I'm talking about, Shah Rukh Khan. Go look up his family. That name Khan is serious. For real, I'm telling y'all something. These names, there's more than just a Rothschild and all of that. Depends on what side of the world. You get what I'm saying? But y'all gotta really see what's going on here, people. Really see it. Marina Abramovich, these Rothschilds, these Masons ain't gonna get nothing in the end. The devil use y'all and lie to y'all and use y'all and lie to y'all and use y'all. That's what's going on. Because the real Illuminati, not the Masons. Remember, the Illuminati is the eye above the pyramid that's hovering above the pyramid, the capstone. You get what I'm saying? Them Masons is the stone builders. They the ones that's on the levels of the pyramid. The Illuminati is the eye. That's them reptilians is way up there. Like, Masons are puppets for the Illuminati. Masons are not illuminated. They're puppets. Masons have been blinded by the illuminated ones. Aren't Masons in the lodge like following the sun worship, making their way all around the lodge so he could make a whole 360 to get a whole physical overstanding? and then making his way around the lodge again to make his way back to the sun. So this way he could say he got 720 degrees of information now, cloud formation. But they following the sun, and each time they get to another level, they realize like, holy shit, yeah, there's levels to this. But see, they've been groomed so much that to them, they don't care if they was lied to on this level, that level. To them, it's just like they looking at it like Dungeons and Dragons. Oh, I can't wait to get to the next level because I know they lied to me. I can't wait to find out the next secret. You know, like for real, for real. You know what I'm saying? And they don't really benefit or get no money. If they was, they'd be living a lot better. All they get is these little bit of trinkets. Y'all can go on group vacations. You ever see a Mason go to Hawaii by himself? No, he got to go as a group vacation with the boys. And she going on a group vacation with the Eastern Star girls and all the Zeta Phi Beta girls. And you know what I'm saying? That's how they got to move in groups. It's that group thing, group talk. What Erykah Badu told y'all before she turned the real witch, before she flipped to the other side, in the window, in the window seat, because she told y'all she was going to the other side. It was no choice. She was already stuck in that. So in window seat, she already told y'all right when she shot herself. Oh no, right when she got shot and she died. She just told you that the real Erykah Badu died, and now she's going to be used. And what was on the floor, written on the floor next to her body, her naked body? Groupthink. She was trying to tell y'all a message. They're about to start this movement to groupthink. They're going to have everybody thinking the same. This is what Fortnite is for, Battle Royale, all of this internet gaming. Everybody plugged in, get your party, join the party. We got headphones teaming up. You know, you in America, they're in Germany, they're in China, but y'all all ganging up, teaming up because y'all on modern warfare and all of this other stuff like... And y'all gearing up and y'all arguing with the other parties that y'all going against, shit talk, all this other stuff, but it's groupthink. And then you do that shit so ritualistically that you forget your normal life, things that you normally did. And it's like you can get along with the groupthink, but you can't get along with your own people in your neighborhood or your family. But you get along with the groupthink when you go online. That's what, you know what I'm saying? And then when you're doing that, what are you doing? Everybody is swapping spirits. They're swapping personalities. They're swapping morals. And they're sharing good habits and also sharing bad habits. So like when Nas and Jay-Z finally shook hands after they was fake Masonic beefing, I always said to the people back then, I said, is Nas going to become more like Jay-Z or is Jay-Z going to become more like Nas? Well, as they were swapping spirits because they became friends after Warren, Nas became more like Jay-Z. So you see how that happened, right? You got to be careful when you swapping spirits. You don't know which way the pendulum going to swing. Is that going to be a home run? Or is that going to be a out of here, strike you out? You get what I'm saying? I don't know. But you see Marina Abramovich on here. And, yeah. I'm just giving y'all dialogue. You get what I'm saying? I'm connecting the dots for y'all. Like I said, these Masons ain't gonna get nothing out of this. You get what I'm saying? They'll never live like a Rothschild. You get what I'm saying? How you guys, some Zeta Phi Betas or Alpha Phi Alphas living in trailer parks? Where they do that at? You get what I'm saying? But you got the money to fucking you got the money to pay your Greek fees every year. You got that money and every month, right? You got your Greek fees, your Masonic fees, and all of that fee stuff, right? Okay. Well, this is the Great Wall of China that Marina Abramovich is walking on. And as I'm trying to point out to y'all is that, like, I know who these people are, but just in case if you don't know, what makes Marina Abramovich and Michelle LeMay, like, what makes them so important that they can just go anywhere they want on this planet? They can just have projects, weird-ass sex projects on the Great Wall of China without China even saying, hey, no, you can't do that. Like, listen, She got like CIA power. You know, like when CIA come in and do some MK Ultra shit and they just get away with it no matter what. Hey. They get away with everything. She's like CIA type power. I'm trying to tell you. You know, she's Scotland Yardish. You get me? Yeah. She's like that. They like that. So you look at this. Like, what would Rothschild want to do with? Why is Rothschild and Marina Abramovich like damn near like best friends? You know what I'm saying? Like, you got pictures of them hugging up and kiss. Like, listen. And this is the nigga that like run everybody's money comes from Rothschild. The world banking system. American money, European money, Bollywood, Indian money, Chinese money, African money. It's called the world Caribbean money. It's called the world banking system. So the nigga that's controlling all your goddamn money for the Queen of England and the Pope, because the Queen of England and the Pope, they yeah. But the nigga that's controlling all the goddamn money is kissing up with witches and doing satanic rituals, and he got all this gothic demons pictures in his house, all on his walls, all of these top demons and stuff like that. Like, and this is who you okay with, like, running your country? I mean, running your money? When they say money is the root of all evil, it is, though. Like, you get what I'm saying? You got to understand how Mr. Domino set that dominoes effect up. You get what I'm saying? I mean, it's a system. How are you going to get out this shit? Like the dominoes effect. I mean, what did Kanye say? Like the real estate of racism when you like enslave your own self and shit like that? Like, yeah, it's like fucking masturbation. It's like porn, like when you enslave your own fucking self. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, masturbators feel like they don't need sex. You know what I'm saying? When they do. But it's like a weed smoker. He feel like he could just smoke weed all day. But no, like, it's losing its purpose. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's what Kanye's talking about. The overuse of everything. How everything can be overused. How things can overpower you. You know what I'm saying? You can program your own self nowadays. You watching your, like, listen, we watch these shits nonstop. TikTok, TikTok, TikTok. Have y'all watched the magician movies when they drop the watch in front of them and they move it left and right, back and forth? The TikTok, 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 back and forth, and then the person gets hypnotized as they follow it. Well, imagine that as Tales from the Hood, the movie. When the man was strapped in the chair, I think it was the third or the fourth story, he was strapped in the chair, right? They had him watching the TV, right? All of that horrifical, negative shit that was being flashed in front of his eyes, going into his mind, going into his subconscious, being programmed nonstop. Come on, Get Out was the same thing. They had him trapped in the basement with all of these images flashing in front of his head, negative images, and then they had images of how they wanted him to act, like a Pleasantville white guy. Hi, I'm Tom. I'm black. I'm Tom. I'm an African American. You know what I'm saying? Like, but then the flashing lights is what woke the homie up. And he had to snap out of that shit. Like Kanye West, flashing lights. Like, listen, like they blind you with light, but sometimes the flashing lights can actually kind of like reverse the shit and wake your ass up. You get what I'm saying? So you got to realize that every bit of thing that we're doing on here, they planned it like this. For the iPad and the iPhone and the Android phone to be in our hands. The microchip is in our hands with the black mirror as we look, performing black magic. As anywhere we go with our phone, we're always looking at it. To a point that I can watch YouTube all day. Before it used to be like you watch YouTube and internet stuff while you home and you go out, you're not on it. But now we got a phone, we can go on the internet, nigga, we on this shit all day. They got niggas that play video games all day. They be on the train with their phone and shit is attached to their game controller on the train playing video games, in the restaurant playing the video games, in the car. Like, so just imagine this young generation is watching this drill music, this hip hop, this Cardi B, this stripper stuff. They's getting blown out their fucking mind. Can you imagine the TikTok, they are hypnotized. They don't even know it. They don't even know that they hypnotized because we're comfortably doing it. Like I comfortably watch battle rap all day. And then when I come off aggressive, I know, oh yeah, I was watching battle rap. Okay, hold on here. I know how that energy go. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying like we're talking about how things are overused, overpowered. You get what I'm saying? Because that's the whole purpose. They knew this was the whole plan. So when we watching TikTok, we're watching pedophilia stuff all day. All of these kids is doing pedophile dances. They're all moving seductive. When they do the dances, look at how they got to look at the camera. The challenge is to look at the camera that same sexual way. You got 13, 14-year-old girls doing sexual. Like, listen. They're doing the same dance that the old ones is doing, and the old ones is doing the same dance that the young ones is doing. So they both confused, making it cool for both sides. And at the end of the day, you can't even tell who young from who old. So them niggas is masturbating, looking at them bitches twerking and shit. He masturbating the 40-year-olds and he masturbating the 15-year-olds. Because that 15-year-old one, she thick as hell, and that 40-year-old one, she slim as hell. It don't matter. He can't tell the difference. And the 15-year-olds is getting body modification right now at the age that they at. You get what I'm saying? So how can we tell? This is pedophilia at its highest. And they use the insecurities of human beings, male and females, to shop us this shit. In the 90s, they were shopping niggas' penis implants. And then in the late 2010s, they started shopping females the booty implants. In the 90s, they were shopping males' penis implants, and they were shopping women breast implants. 2010s, butt implants. You get what I'm saying? Over the insecurity to a point that it's like, if you Buffy the body, you come in, you got a fat ass. Oh nah, you got to get a butt implant. It don't matter if it's big, you got to get a bigger one. That's how crazy it is. That's how they treat you. Allison Hines come into the game, you got a big ass, but no, you got to get a bigger ass now. What kind of shit is that? You get what I'm saying? Like, oh shit, DMX, you a great rapper. You know what? You need to sing. What do you mean I need to sing for? I'm a rapper. Drink what? I ain't Ja Rule. I'm sorry, I can't imitate DMX. But y'all get what I'm saying? Sing. They always want to change you to find some type of way to put you in an insecure situation. And DMX singing, he's not gonna feel comfortable. He's gonna feel insecure. Like, I'm not a singer. You know? You take Jodeci, who came out the church singing gospel stuff, you know, for Jesus, and you put them in an uncomfortable situation with money and say, hey, you gotta sing about bitches and hoes. You gotta get some tattoos too. And what did Casey and JoJo say? They didn't want to do that. Next thing you know, they came back to the studio 2 weeks later. Puffy had some bitches in there. And the bitches was flirting with them. It was liquor going down. Bitches was dancing on them. And next thing you know, their whole mood changed. Dick got hard. Like, yeah, okay, yeah, well, maybe this ain't so bad. That's how quick, that's how simple it was just to change your mind. And next thing you know, bang. So you got to understand how the mind works in psychology, in reverse psychology, and different things. And when we're talking about Marina Abramovich, because everything I just said is out of the same mouth as Marina Abramovich, because she's going to educate you the same damn way. But the solution is you must engrave a 5-point star on your stomach with a blade right above your vagina. What kind of shit is that? You know, when they tell you how to get your life together and they say, that's why you need to come to church. Well, hold on, why I gotta come to church? You just gave me the answer what I need to do. And now you tell me that's why I need to come to church. No, I got the answer. See, that's the thing. When they give you an answer, they want to mix the answer with them. Problem, reaction, solution. You know what I'm saying? Where their solution is church, where their solution is the mosque, where their solution is the government, where their solution is doctors. You know what I'm saying? They'll sit there and call Dr. Savior witch doctor, but then they're going to call Dr. Oz Dr. Oz. What kind of Wizard of Oz shit is this? I'm just saying. And you know, when you're looking at Mickey Mouse or Mickey, put it in a cup. Fill it up. Make sure you got the name Mickey not covered up. And then look at the name Mickey in the water. What that shit gonna say? That shit gonna say wicked. So you know how wicked Mickey is, okay? Yeah, go watch the movie Wicked. Yeah. And try that same thing I just told you. The same thing I just said, go do it. Fill up your cup. Yeah. If you ain't got Mickey, write Mickey on it. Yeah. Okay. I'm for real. Okay. So, and after you do that, like I said, look at the reflection in the cup. So look at all of this weird androgynous stuff. Even in the wrestling, which was shot to kids. NWO, Hollywood Hogan, New World Order, right? That's what that was. New World Order, Hollywood Hogan. In wrestling. And Sting represented the Wolf Pack. The one that's trying to take down the New World Order, Illuminati. But then again, Sting represents what? The Wolf Pack. Don't that sound like Werewolf Radiohead or, you know what I'm saying? What's that group? Werewolf Radiohead? Radiohead, Werewolf? I forgot how it goes. You get what I'm saying? And so what are they doing is that they're raising up the lower nature. They're trying to control the narrative by trying to tell you how to rebel against it. Because we niggas was already like, yeah, fuck that Illuminati shit. Oh yeah, we already know what time it is. New World Order coming. Year 2000, they're about to start the agenda. You got that shit up in the WWF. But then here goes Sting. Wolfpack. So now you against Illuminati or NWO, but you flex with Wolfpack because you a Sting fan. Now, 4 or 5 years later, after you finish watching wrestling, you still a Sting fan, but all of that Wolfpack shit still stay with you. So now you just got a Wolfpack shirt. You and your homies even call yourself Wolfpack. You even start doing research for Wolfpack because you like wolf pictures. You want to start, you know what I'm saying? And you start getting Wolfpack, werewolf, all this other shit. And you want to identify with the werewolf because they have the werewolf going against the vampire. But little did you know, you got the Church of Satan, you got the Temple of Set, and you got the Temple of Werewolf, right? Okay. And the Temple of Werewolf was to resurrect the beast nature in man, right? Satanists, the Church of Satan was to resurrect the intellectualness in man. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. So there's different, and then what? The Temple of Set. And what's that about? Yeah, that's learning about the dark arts. Real witchcraft. Magic. So in those different temples, it represents 3 different agendas. Get what I'm saying? So G-O-D, Gomer, Oz, Devour. Gomer, which is beauty. Oz, which is wisdom. Devour, which is strength. So what does that sound like? The fashionist, the scientist, and the military government. Beauty, wisdom, strength. When you look at how a system, a country, a state, a coat of arms, a flag represents its nation, it has a dress code, a uniform code, a fascist to it, a fashion to it. You know what I'm saying? So you have a Michelle LeMay, which is still but, you know, Howling Part 2, werewolf bitch. Your sister's a werewolf. That movie, yeah. Michelle Lemay, yeah. Kalima, yeah. She is the G. She's the Gomer. You know what I'm saying? Karl Lagerfeld, he is a Gomer. If you know anything about Egyptology, then you know about El Khanum. El Khanum is the fashioner, the creator, who created man in the image and likeness of, yeah. And Amun-Re was there during the fashion or the creation of the Elohim. So there was beings that existed before the Elohim. But anyway, we talking about the image and likeness, right? So it was El Khanum. So we talking about who sets the uniform code. So we talking about made in the image and likeness. We're talking about not how niggas look. Because if made in the image and likeness, nigga, we all got to look the same then. Same height, same every fucking thing, same hair texture. But made in the image and likeness is spirit talk. What does spirit mean? Breath. What does breath mean? It has to deal with what? Your personality. You know what I'm saying? Your personality. That's what this is about. Spirit talk, breath talk, it's personality. So when they come with the Gomer, the uniform dress code, the fashioner, depending on how they dress you, is going to be your personality. Because they showed you niggas with baggy, sagging pants, and they put a gun in their hand and a blunt and a 40, and gave you the blueprint. So anytime you dressed like that, you kind of felt like that. You even started talking like that. And when you put on a suit, you kind of act like them suit dickhead niggas. You know, them non-smiling ass blue-collar motherfuckers. But you get what I'm saying? You put on the outfit, somehow your personality changes. You put on a witch outfit for Halloween, you want to start hackling and shit for the fun of it. You put on a Dracula outfit, you just start with, I'm not going to suck your blood. Even if you joke around doing it, it comes in mind because you were already programmed to, it came with a thing. So what I'm trying to say is that, so they gave you the gun with the baggy pants and all of that shit with the blunt and the 40 ounce. But then now in this day and time, they gave you the baggy pants with some spikes and a man purse. Just look how that changed right there. So now niggas with baggy pants with a blunt in their mouth, and they ain't got a 40, but they got some, some Michelle Lemay, Deuce Quavo, Jay-Z, soda. But they not killing niggas. They killing niggas the back way now. Backdooring niggas, fucking niggas in the ass type shit. So that's what they doing. Gomer Oz the Bauer. You know what I'm saying? That's exactly what they doing to y'all. So, like I said, how they shape y'all, it's a personality type thing. It's how they shape y'all. Because the gangsters don't wear baggy pants no more. The gangsters wear tight pants. See, in the 90s, gay motherfuckers was wearing the tight pants, and the gangsters was wearing the baggy pants. Michelle Lemay and them said, we're going to flip it. Because remember, she the fashioner. Like I said, Karl Lagerfeld. Any of these fashion designers, this is who I'm talking about. Yes, they said they're going to flip it. So now the gangsters, the killers wear tight pants. And the gay people, they wear the baggy pants now. You see how that go? They can fashion and shape you any which way they want. And it's only like, listen, I know what I'm talking about. Y'all feel me? Y'all feel me? Now we can get into Oz. Oz is the wisdom. That's Marina Abramovich. She's the one that breaks you down mentally and builds you back up mentally, right? You know what I'm saying? Aleister Crowley. He's the one that breaks you down mentally and builds you back up mentally, right? But see, Aleister Crowley would be a representation of all three of them. Because he dabbled in all three of them things. He was going with Oz and Devourer. But anyway, back to Marina. Like I said, so yeah, when you hear these good talkers, yes, Oz. You know what I'm saying? They would want to make me an Oz because I got the gift of God. All your greatest poets is Oz. Maya Angelou is Oz. How many did y'all know? Do the research, and you're going to see it right next to her name that Maya Angelou did not like men. Maya Angelou was a feminist. That's crazy. So they influenced so many people to read Maya Angelou's poetry because she has great poetry, yes. But all her thoughts and her influences feminist. They tell people, they say, hey, you should study and listen to Nina Simone all day. I love Nina Simone. But she's a hoodoo priestess. And every bit of shit that she sings about is hoodooish. She's talking about, I put a spell on you because you're mine. You know what I'm saying? Like, but it sounds good. It sounds great. And we were raised off of movies and comic books like that make stuff like that cool to put a spell on somebody. Like, for real. The movie Craft made it so cool for females to dabble in a little bit of witchcraft. You know, like Paid in Full just made it so cool for a next generation to dibble and dabble in a little bit of cocaine and selling drugs and busting guns. You see the influence? This is Satanism at its fullest. Sometimes you don't need the devil horns to be showing. As long as them Glocks is blowing and them pussies is smoking, you know what time it is. It's Satanism. You know what I'm saying? Hell is hot. Pussy on fire. Blow the smoke when the guns is blowing. And the smoke clears. And the battle has been won. True. The warlord still a stand. You know, I mean, that's some bounty killer shit. But anyway. But yeah, look at this weird shit that y'all seeing. They're just doing like walking in the walls naked and shit. Like, what kind of extreme shit is this? You get what I'm saying? And the problem that I'm saying is that she's like best friends with the nigga that runs all your money. She's best friends with damn that she controls every, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what makes it so important. If this was a bitch that minded her own damn business and fucked with her own type of people on that shit, okay, it's cool. Because I've always watched Marina Abramovich, always when I was coming up. You know what I'm saying? And I respect that world. I always respected that world because that world was that world. But when you know that world is involving itself in the rest of the world because it was a global plan to take over anyway, then that's when it's a problem. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm a big Bjork fan. Bjork is one of my favorite singers. If y'all don't know who Bjork is, go check her out. That's one of my favorite singers. Bjork is a witch. My favorite song by freaking Bjork is Pagan Poetry and Hidden Place. Them two songs? Listen, Pagan Poetry is one of the illest. Like, if y'all know how many songs I wrote off of Pagan Poetry, just off of vibing off of that, going into my own mind. Because Pagan Poetry, that's a feminist song. It's like, if you listen to Pagan Poetry, it sounds like something that Marina Abramovich would fucking do. You get what I'm saying? It's a feminist song. And what do feminists do? They create feminists. Yeah. Because the ones that usually do the feminist songs are witches. And are they really feminists? No. But witches' jobs is to cast the spell of feminism on women. So this way they can separate the woman from the man. And the Masonic job and the wizard's jobs and the warlock's job is to make sure that they come in with the masculine agenda to separate the man from the woman. And therefore, our culture is niggas always want to have 10 to 30 bitches and slinging drugs while these bitches is talking, you know, what the Cardi B shit. And of course, they're not going to get along. And of course, the woman going to complain how fucked up the niggas is because they listening to that damn booger music. And of course, the niggas gonna complain how fucked up these damn hoes is because they listening to the damn booger music. And if we wasn't listening to the booger music or watching the booger movies or watching the booger shows or even a booger Diddy Your Nose magazines because we too damn fucking nosy, we wouldn't have all the fucking problems. We would have normal problems. You know what I'm saying? Normal problems. They don't allow humans to fuck up on their own. They said we gonna make them fuck up. See, that's the problem here. I don't mind natural fucking up, but when you got a gender fucking up, like you making us fuck up on purpose, they see, nah, that's the problem here. So, like I said with Marina Abramovich, yeah, that's the Oz. You get what I'm saying? A Dr. Oz. Just think about even a Dr. Oz. Just think about it though. What is he really known for? Not doctoring shit, but talking. He has a talk show. What did I tell you that Marina Abramovich, Oz? We talking about the mind of a poet, the gift of gab. What is Dr. Oz about? He has a fucking show. We've never seen this nigga in a fucking medical facility, ever. Not saying he hasn't been in one, but I'm just saying. You know, don't tell me you've seen it as a clip on TV. Like, listen, they got General Hospital everywhere. Niggas jump in and out of episodes. Don't give me that bullshit talk. You ever seen this nigga in a real hospital doing real fucking work? Anyway, but I'm just saying, this nigga has a show. He's been on the show forever. So he hasn't been in a hospital forever because he's been on the show forever. He's a gift of God. He has a gift of God. He talks. He can talk. And he's meant to talk. And he's like, you know what I'm saying? So, like Oprah. What is Oprah? Oprah's no different than a Marina Abramovich. She's an Oz. And if you look at Oz, just take off the Z and just leave it as a big O, the Oracle. You get what I'm saying? And Oprah gets her name from the Bible, a biblical name, which is Orpha. Short for orphan, or the root word for orphan, Orpha. But anyways, and it was written wrong on her birth certificate, and it became, they said, oh, Oprah. But anyway, listen, I'm telling you, that's a code. It's just letting you know who she come from. Oprah's story that we hear about is not even her fucking story. It's a Jewish philanthropist story that they scripted and gave to us. Orpha. She's part of the Orphan Asylum Project. All of these people that we see that, like, I'm telling you, Bill Cosby is an Orphan Asylum Project. Like Jaguar Wright already showed y'all that his wife, Camilla, she's a Rothschild. Yeah. So who was setting up all of those things? You know what I'm saying? Bill Cosby ain't had no freaky ways. He had freaky ways because those were those satanic agendas that they had that was going on. He was used just like P. Diddy. And is he guilty? Yeah. But all of them bitches, Janice Dickinson, all of them, they was lying on him. It was all to control the narrative to hide the fact of what goes on with these kids. That's what the fuck. Because when the shit come out and you thinking, oh, it's just adults, after a while you're like, damn, that's fucked up what he did to these adults. But after a while, the situation gets worn out. And then you're like, oh, okay, bitch, get over it. And then now it's like everybody don't give a fuck about it. And that's what they do. They wear it out and then it becomes nothing. And now it's like Bill Cosby's okay. But if you knew that these were children involved, and you know that there was sex things and how sacrifices and the purpose of adrenochrome, of using the blood as these old folks like to use to purify their blood, so this way they can so-called extend their life on some Elizabeth Bathory stuff. Go look at the video with Kim Kardashian and her operation. She gets it, the needles of the young kids Indonesian kid's blood's poked into her fucking skin. It's supposed to, keep her young. This is what they do. Go look that shit up. So adrenochrome, that's what I'm saying. You have to, and at the moment, you have to torture them. Torture and sexually aroused, all of this torture, because it's to build up the adrenaline. And at the height of an adrenaline, that's when they kill you, they slit, and they drink the blood. And some of them, they right there, your third eye, right in between your eyes, some of them will pop the hole right there and extract the adrenochrome. Yes. And go watch the movie with Johnny Depp, which I played on here for y'all earlier, which is Free and Loathsome in Vegas. But that whole movie is about adrenochrome. What was they tripping on that whole movie? Adrenochrome. What did Johnny Depp's lawyer tell him to take? Johnny Depp's Jewish lawyer told him to take, hey, I advise you to take, you see that bottle right there? I advise you to take that bottle inside the cabinet, take a few drops of that. Okay, what is this? It's adrenochrome. Okay, adrenochrome. Let me try this. Yeah, I've heard about this. And then when you do the research, you see how many different scientists speak about this. But then the news always try to make it seem like it ain't real. Even Dr. Phil, they're talking about, he's never heard of that. How are you Dr. Phil? Take the doctor off your motherfucking name. Talk my chain if I heard of that shit. But then yet, when you look it up, how many different actual doctors and scientists have done so much reports and experiments and projects with adrenochrome? And now they even call it another name. You know what I'm saying? It's like how they switch shit. They give you the name vitiligo nowadays. They don't want to say leprosy, because then it's gonna make you think about the cursed seed in the Bible. But vitiligo is leprosy. You see how they do that? This is what magicians do. The Tower of Babel. You know what I'm saying? Split up the languages. Cause confusion. Nobody can understand each other because everybody's speaking different languages. So how can each one teach one? How can they all unify and come together? They can't. Because we split up the Tower of Babel and split up so many languages. You know what I'm saying? Bang! What Dr. York did, he came back and put all of the languages back together. That's why a lot of us Nawapians, we able to sit there and connect all of these languages together. That's why we can sit there and say, Asaru and Asar, and then you got Osiris, and then you got, you keep going, and then, Mikael, Malachi, Melchizedek, Marduk, Hermes, Tahuti, Zahudi. You know what I'm saying? We can, I forgot out, you know what I'm saying? Like, listen. And it connects it. Rather than being lost in translation and butting heads with and arguing with the information, you can see the connection in it. And that's what brings us all. You know what I'm saying? You got to connect the dots. So, I'm pretty much about to end this show. I went all out for y'all today. I gave y'all a whole bunch of videos. I connected the dots for y'all, and then I gave y'all a nice, good, long connecting the dots talk, which is my conclusion or the end of the video. And like, subscribe, share this, subscribe to this channel. Whatever you watching it on, subscribe there. Okay? And then when you see whatever you see in these videos, subscribe to those channels too on my YouTube. You get me? And yeah, like I said, I'm here to set the record straight, and because I want to hurry up and be finished with this, because I really hate talking about what goes on with these what these elites do to these kids. It becomes depressing after a while, and you can get flashbacks if you've been through stuff like that, and you know, but I gotta connect the dots because my video needs to get as many views as possible. Everybody else is running around on this internet, like either spreading lies or just spreading misinformation by accident. Because a lot of people don't really know what's going on. They just like, you know, so they kind of following other pages and copying and pasting. You know what I'm saying? So they really don't know what's going on. So I'm here to connect the dots. You get what I'm saying? And I'm here to help out Jaguar Wright. Connect the dots for y'all because she giving y'all the truth. You know what I'm saying? And I'm here to help her connect the dots with y'all. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm here to help her connect the dots for y'all. There we go. That's what I meant to say. Yeah. So we all got to do our part. Like Jag's saying what she's saying, so I don't have to repeat what she's saying. Now I'm saying what I'm saying. I put what both of us are saying together. And then that's how you put the homework together. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, because Jag been telling y'all about this for a minute. You know, and ain't nobody realer than Jaguar Wright on this internet. You get what I'm saying? Like, not even me. I'm as real as can be, but listen, Jag got this internet on lock. You get what I'm saying? Like, she ain't got no losses. No losses on this internet. Anytime you think that these elites done discredited her or made her look crazy on the internet, just give her about a week. She gonna find a way to expose all of that bullshit lies that y'all put on her. And that's what she do. She come back and she be showing y'all the truth. Like, yeah. So, yeah, Jaguar Wright is definitely running the internet for real. Shout out to my big sis Jag. For real, for real. We gotta do this show soon, you know. The Haven. We gotta do this show soon. Hellraiser. From Sons of Man. Ron Smith. We gotta do this show soon. You know, for real, for real. Free Dr. York. Y'all know what it is. Trying to think if there's anything else that I got to present to y'all before I'm trying to think. Yeah, before I end the show. Is there anything else that I want to show y'all? Or try to finish connecting the dots with something? Trying to think here. I'm trying to oh, yes, hold up. I'm sorry. I do got to finish off this part. And I probably got to come back to this video to edit this part because I want to add this to the rest of my explanation when I said Gomer Oz the Bower. I still got to explain the DeBauer part, the DeBauer part. Gomer Oz the Bower. Okay. So, like I said, Oz would be like, yeah, the poetical motherfuckers, the warlocks, the wizards, the scientists. You get what I'm saying? The medical field. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if you know. All Luciferians are poets. And Luciferians and all poets are generally scientists and doctors or witch doctors, whichever way you want to call it, shamans. So that should let you know. So that's Oz. It's a representation of all of those things. So representing that. See how they split up the Holy Trinity of the God? That's it. So the bar is strength, which is the system, the government, the military, the police force, all of that. That's the bar. The gangs, that's the bar. The barons, That's the bar. Now, the Barons are actually OZ and G. They really are. You know, like Odd Fellowship. Not the G, OD, but take away the G and just have the OD, the odd. Yeah, that's what they are. Like Odd Fellowship. There you go, the Odd Fellowship order. The links. Yeah, that's what that is. The odds. Yeah. So I hope y'all understand that. How that works. I hope y'all understand how that works. I just gave y'all a lot of codes. I connected a lot of dots for y'all today. So, you know that they have to drink from a skull, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, they got to drink from a skull. And I played you that video. Let's see. Let me see if I could find it again. What's this right here? Wicked Wizard of Oz. Hold on. Let me see what I got for y'all. Hold on. Okay. Let me just share this with y'all. Y'all see this right here? Look at that, people. Yeah, you see the strike, right? Jail. You see the strike, right? Okay. It's crazy. Okay, so what is the strike for? Take a look at our policies. Okay. We detected a third-party content in your live stream that was not correct. It's crazy, and these videos is already on my page, the same page that they flagging me for. That's the crazy shit. They're already on the same page. You don't have a problem with it, but when I live stream and try to connect the dots, I want to make a problem out of it. But anyways, all right. So yeah, let's take action. Okay. Let's see how this is going to go. Okay. I mean, it would be nice if they fucking tell me what it was, though. Like, what it was first. Well, let's see. So you know what that means, people? I got tread light for 3 months. I got to tread light. That gives me a chance to stay over here where I'm at on the green side. You get what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Rumble in the jungle. That give me time to be over here building up stock. You get me? So it's all right. It's all right. Okay, I'm really trying to think about this. Look at this. You see this, people? Yeah. It looked like I got 3 already, right? It looked like I got 3 of them things already, right? I know. I'm about to be a good boy over here on YouTube. I'm sorry. Just one more strike will result in a permanent removal of your channel. Okay, I'm sorry, guys. Okay. Okay, this is today. So March 4th. I wait that long. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Take action. Wait, hold up. I ain't gotta go to school for that? That's weird. You're scaring me now, motherfuckers. You're not fucking sending me to school for this shit right now? I ain't gotta go to copyright school, no fucking issues school, issues with tissue school. I ain't gotta go through none of that. You fucking scaring me, motherfuckers. Hold the fuck up on. Hold on. Okay. Submit appeal. I'm gonna just put I'm sorry. Wait, let me see. Hold on, no. We're gonna say more than I'm sorry. Hold on, people. We doing this together. Shoot, what should y'all could put in the comment section what y'all think I should put in there if y'all want to help me out. Okay. Okay, let's see. Third-party content policy. We detected third-party content in your live stream that was not corrected. Following repeated warning of possible. What? You may not have intended or included. Come on. Okay. That's why I made sure I posted a whole bunch of videos on my page. Look at this fuck shit. Okay. Okay. We're gonna come back to that. Okay, let's see. Okay. Damn, I was kind of interested in to see if the video was going to be posted on YouTube also after this live stream. Well, I'm going to check Twitch and see if it's up on there too after. But anyway, people, y'all see what it is. I gave y'all a good show. I gave y'all 5 hours in. Okay. It's about school time coming. My kids got school in about like 15 minutes. So, yeah, I'm about to be out because I can't be on this computer screaming and talking loud and, kids is doing schoolwork. So, yeah, that's what I gave y'all the nighttime for. So y'all can get all of that out of me. Okay? And pretty much, yeah, we out of here. Why do people? It's a sorrow nine either. Subscribe to the channel. Please like and share the video. Spread the message. Let people know. Okay? All right. Thank you. Oh, BJ the investigator.
I know for a fact Marina Abramovich is a witch. I mean,
Yeah. Go check out BJ the investigator also. She another one of my top that I be watching. I like her. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'd like to do a show with her too. Yeah. Set that up. All right, people. We out of here. Wado.